Donuts? Better share. Toss that bad boy in the mail. Send it over here. Yeah, this has gotten 2 levels of insane. Just, oh my god. This has gotten to like insane levels of craziness. I can't even imagine where it's going. Look at this kid. He's like not human anymore. What the fuck? Oh.
No. That's not entirely right.
It's too late. I've already done it. Oh, right. Yes, of course. Yeah, every time. My masterpiece. Behold. I'm not gonna lie, I'm like genuinely pretty proud of it. The strings. But it works so hard on the other one. No, honestly, I can't believe how well these images translate to a pixelized version. Here, let's see if I can. They're based on like actual things I did. Hold on. Let's see if I can, because the ones I actually have on my computer, like, they have color and shit. So, let's see, yeah, this is all your fault. Pixel. Oh, do I not have them? Oh, they're the wrong file type. God damn it. All right, I'll get them next. I'll show them off next time. So they're currently in a paint file type, whatever. Anyways, video game. Nice. Yeah, this is bonkers bananas. All right, so this kid has truly snapped.
Gaia is mine, and I am Gaia's.
Asuma Soga whispered as he looked down at his mother's corpse.
Asuma!
He's gone. Yeah, he's out. Like, I don't even know if he's human anymore. Like, He felt someone had called out to him, but he ignored them and moved instantaneously to his private room. There were a few soldiers in here, but he deleted them the moment he saw them. He deleted them! He didn't kill them, he deleted them. He'd simply wished to move to his room and for the soldiers to disappear. And that was enough to make those things happen. Now, Asuma could do with the world as he desired.
I can do anything.
Seriously, he's...
My sync rate is beyond 100%. I'm sitting at 320%.
That doesn't even make sense.
I can tell for sure, because it's myself I'm seeing. There's nothing I can't do. Nothing.
And so, Asuma wished. He wished for the view he'd been fixated on all along. And his wish came true immediately.
Asuma, go to sleep.
Oh, that's really sad and also just
You
terrifying.
shouldn't stay up so late.
His mother and father were here now. The mother who died after piercing her own neck with a knife was perfectly fine now. She smiled gently at Asuma. His father was there smiling too. Asuma had only seen his father like this in the distant past, back when he was little, long before the man had committed suicide.
Asuma, I think we should all go somewhere tomorrow. Any requests? I'll take you anywhere you like.
No, this is This is definitely just sad. This sucks.
You're just saying that because you want a day out yourself, honey.
Okay, you got me. But what do you think, Asuma? Why don't you tell me how you feel?
You can tell us anything. We'll do whatever you want us to.
Dude, the packaging on snacks sometimes is ridiculous. I cannot stand some of the packaging on shit lately. It's absurd.
If you want, you can even stay home and relax. And then I'll make yummy omu rice for lunch. I know how much you love it. We can eat it all together.
No matter what happens, we'll be together as a family.
Dude, this sucks. Like as terrifying as he is now, I still feel bad for it. Like this is depressing. This poor kid. Like I know he's kind of like a mass murderer now, but still. Asuma's parents moved closer to each other. The father gently held the mother's shoulders while she wrapped her hands around his waist. They were happy. They were looking at Asuma with kind smiles on their faces.
Asuma, what's wrong?
Are you feeling okay?
Maybe you have a fever.
The mother put her hand on his forehead to check his temperature.
You should go rest today.
Ever since you were little, you've had this habit of getting so obsessed with things that you forget to eat or sleep.
The father gently patted Asuma's head.
You don't have to tell us now if you don't want to. We can think about what to do tomorrow when it comes.
Good night, Asuma.
Good night, Asuma.
See you tomorrow. God damn it. It's beginning already. This was what Asuma had always wished for, and yet...
I feel nothing. Hey, I don't feel anything. Don't look at me with those fake smiles. Stop behaving like that. It makes it so obvious that you're faking.
What's wrong? Did something bad happen? You can talk to me about it. I'll listen to you.
Listen to me? No, he'd never say that. My father would never say that. He was way worse than this. He was a deadbeat dad! A fucking loser!
Don't be like that, Asuma. Tell me what's...
This is heartbreaking. Yeah. Be gone. He simply wished for it to happen, and the father was torn apart, shredded to hunks of meat. Though it happened right before her eyes, and she was covered in her husband's blood and flesh, the mother continued to smile.
We really spoil you, don't we? Come here. Let's snuggle together. It's been a while, hasn't it?
What? Stop.
Oh, come on now.
I'm telling you to stop! So that doesn't work then? Of course not. I mean, when I created you, I made it so you'd act this way. But Mother isn't like this!
Asuma put his hands around the mother's neck and began strangling her.
Suma.
She didn't resist.
You're not Mother!
He could feel her warmth. He could feel her throat moving when she spoke. She felt alive. There was no doubt the mother was made of flesh and blood.
Tomorrow, I'll make omurice.
This is awful!
Your favorite.
Fuck, dude!
Shut up! You're a fake!
Suma.
Shut up!
Asuma tightened his grip. The light was fading from the mother's eyes.
I love you.
Stop! Stop it!
A crack sounded as the neck was crushed. This is... Yeah, I'm... At this point, I'm just repeating myself. This is fucked up. The fake mother's body fell listless and limp.
I just strangled my mother to death, but I don't feel a thing. Of course I wouldn't. I mean, I can bring her back as many times as I want and kill her over and over. There's no meaning in that.
Oh, Asuma, I didn't realize you were dwelling on such troubling things.
The dead mother stood up and smiled at Asuma once again.
Die!
He decapitated her with invisible blades of air. Her head fell clean off her body and bounced away. I swear to God, if the head starts talking, I'm out. She returned from the grave, only to die again. But a moment later, the head was back where it belonged.
Asuma,
Son of a bitch.
come here.
She gently called him by name.
Die!
Asuma wished for a shotgun. He aimed it at the mother, then pulled the trigger. The blast shredded her torso as it sent her flying backwards. She hit the ground and lay still.
Life is meaningless.
Asuma gently held his mother's corpse as he cried.
Why the tears, Asuma? There.
Despite the grisly hole in her front and the blood draining from her body, the mother lovingly caressed Asuma's cheek. Yeah, it's just, I get it. Like, it's this neutral perspective that's like, yeah. He shook her hand off before thrusting a knife into the body. Yeah, it's a weird phrasing. It was the very same knife she'd used to tear open her neck.
Meaningless. It's meaningless. Right? Right? I mean, even when I do this, I don't feel a thing. Nothing. Nothing at all.
A spherical object rolled by. The moment Asuma realized it was a grenade, it exploded. After the blast, a dozen or so SFG soldiers hurried into the room. Their form was as tight as you'd expect from an elite unit of soldiers.
Rhino Leader, this is Alpha 1. We've made contact with Target A.
They're
Target
all-
B is also in sight. Engaging now.
They're all dead. You're all dead. You're fucked. There's nothing you can do. The soldiers' voices and footsteps sounded out from within the smoke. Asuma was unscathed by the explosion, simply because he'd wished to be.
Target A is unharmed!
The grenade did nothing? Asuma Soga, drop the weapon and move away from the woman!
The soldiers shouted. Asuma found it annoying. He wanted the smoke from the explosion to clear, so it did. And now that he could see, he looked right at the soldiers.
Alpha Team, terminate Target A. Collateral damage on Target B is permitted. Fire!
The bullets didn't reach him, though. Before they could, each one flew off in a random direction, defying the laws of physics. They hit the walls and the floor and ricocheted off of them, but not even the ricocheted bullets found their target. Eventually, all the bullets froze in midair.
Leave me alone!
The floating bullets then, without a sound, turned to the face of the soldiers and accelerated to immense speeds. He's a literal god, yeah. The men unable to escape in time were riddled with lead and reduced to lumps of meat. The soldiers who'd opted to take cover instead of running continued attacking. Instead of running, continued attacking despite everything. That was a weird phrase. Weird sentence. A wire grenade flew toward him. It caught him and fixed him to the wall behind him. The wire transmitted an electric shock of lethal voltage. The shock should have triggered convulsions, but it did nothing to Asuma. He wasn't even twitching. In fact, he absorbed the electricity from the charge and coated himself in it.
Just leave me alone!
Years of degradation befell the wire in an instant, and it fell like useless scrap. The scent of burning filled the room. Yeah, his hair is out of control. An immense amount of electric energy condensed above Asuma's head. It drowned out the noise of the surroundings. And a moment later, all sound cut to silence. Asuma stood high in the sky. Below him was the Guy Institution he'd been inside until moments before, as well as the nearby Uminomori Park. The park had been torn open by a large explosion, and countless metal beams littered the area like scattered trees after a storm. It had become a dreary forest of metal thorns. This is insanity. One Asuma had created in an instant. I sure hope so! But Asuma wasn't at all interested in the sight below. He was overcome by an intense discomfort akin to dizziness. It was because he wasn't yet used to his 320% sync rate. He was aligned at the subconscious level with the Asuma one layer above. He could even communicate with him. What? It was a feeling no normal person could understand, and it was especially taxing on his nervous system. Asuma looked around. He saw Odaiba in the distance. Yeah. Under the veil of night. It was late, so there weren't many people out, but the cityscape was well lit and brilliant. I'm gonna hold off on the confetti until we get more information, but we have confetti in the bank. There were lights in some hotel rooms, and one could tell that there were people there. But to Asuma, it was
meaningless.
I just
meaningless.
So are they saying like
Everything.
he can
All of it.
he can literally like communicate to the version of himself in like a higher tier of world Earth simulator. That's fucking insane.
This meaningless world would be better off destroyed. It should be destroyed. Destroyed!
I'm gonna be honest, my biggest question right now is how does it take him a week to do that? Because we still have a week, and I think it's around a week or something until the actual end of the world. So my only question is, why does it take him a week to destroy the world? Because it seems like he could do it like that. His wish was made, and that was enough. Hotels, malls, stores, as well as high-rises and other large buildings began undulating and warping like liquid. The ground in Odaiba began to rise. The reclaimed land warped and stood up vertically. Many high-rises slid off the ground, and once detached, stretched out in all directions like flowers in bloom. What the fuck? This is some Doctor Strange shit. What the fuck? They pierced the risen surface and twisted together with other buildings to form a helical shape. The ocean water flowed in with great intensity, washing through the streets. The waves flowed upward, rushing vertically up the walls. What the f- Yikes! Screams could be heard from the twisting, distorting buildings. The buildings crashed together, merging with when they should have collapsed or transforming into complex patterns. The sound of creaking metal echoed eerily throughout the darkness. The lifted surface folded, flipped, and began to fall. Odaiba had come to resemble one of Escher's trompe. I literally don't know how to pronounce that. One of Escher's somethings. It was impossible to distinguish up from down. I don't even know what that letter is. It's like an O and an E. I don't know if I can pronounce that shit. Asuma slowly made his way toward the twisted urban sprawl.
It's meaningless. That's why it's better off destroyed. Meaningless. Destroy.
What?
Meaningless.
What is happening?
Destroy.
Automod? I don't know what to do. I don't know what happened. I don't see anything on my end. What happened? I'm confused. Oh, I see. I see. Weird. That's funny. I like it's it's weird. It's not showing up in OBS, but it's here on the like Twitch thing. Yeah, right. Like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, I think it thinks. I think it thinks you're talking about people, which don't. That's yeah. It's in context. Talking about the letter I didn't recognize. I don't know how to pronounce that. That's really funny. All right. The French are fine, for the record. Don't say that. Don't say that. No. No, it's fine. Everybody's fine. Everybody's fine. We love everybody. Genuinely. I just don't know what that letter is. All right, I'm gonna continue playing the game. That was a weird tangent. All right, no, stop that. Stop it. He repeated those words as if to convince himself. Suddenly, Asuma looked up at a hotel that had been twisted into an arch. He could see people through the broken windows, or rather, their bodies. Aging partners, a young couple, a little girl clinging to a stuffed toy. They're meaningless. That's why I destroyed them. This world should be destroyed entirely. We'll see. If I get in trouble, I'll figure something out. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know this way. I don't even know how I would do that. Asuma's mind was rationalizing his actions, but his body was raging against those thoughts. He was trembling.
You're fake, you're fake, you're fake, you're fake, you're fake, you're fake! Nothing's real, even these stupid feelings I've got!
Sure.
Get out of my sight! Everything! Feelings, people, this whole goddamn world! Why don't you fucking leave me alone?
Overcome with emotion, Asuma put his hands over his face.
I should just destroy it all, along with the earth itself.
Don't do that. His voice was hoarse and sullen. It had the tone of a boy pleading desperately. Yeah. I mean, okay, we're in Poland. Where's Momo? That's the question. Yeah, he's definitely a tortured child. Unfortunately, this tortured child has fucking god powers. So, we're fucked. I felt a cold breeze and lifted my head. I could finally see the sky. We'd made it outside, somehow. The Guy Institution had exploded and collapsed, so getting out through all the rubble was an ordeal. I looked around.
Damn.
The whole area was wrecked. Juno scowled in pain. I'd been holding her up.
Enough. Let go of me already.
Since she insisted, I sat her down where she stood. Explosions in Odaiba. Unknown if accidental. Oh yeah. I like how they mentioned the explosions, but not the fucking MC Escher fucking cityscape. Her side was covered in blood, and her face was even paler than normal. When the explosion had happened, I was overwhelmed by flashbacks and found myself stuck in front of the cradle. If Juno hadn't appeared and saved me with her quantum teleportation, I probably would have been buried under that rubble. See, right after we teleported out, I noticed the rebar jutting out from her body. Jesus. That's not good. The only reason I know what that is because I believe that was the murder weapon in one of the cases in Chaos Child.
This isn't your fault.
Oh wow, she's actually being nice?
There was
weird.
Always the chance this would happen. I knew the risks. It's because I always use maps for my coordinates.
Interesting. So she like teleported into it.
What's with that stupid look? Don't act like you don't get it. Basically, if I jump around a place that's collapsing, certain obstacles aren't going to show up on the map. This isn't even that bad. I could have teleported inside a wall.
Still, you've saved me twice now. So, thanks.
Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't do it for your sake.
No shit. We get it.
I don't want you dying and leaving Kent disappointed. I'll see you work yourself to near death, and then I'll kill you myself. Understand? Now, don't just stand there. Help me get this out.
Juno was still doing her tough lady act, but it was pretty clear her injury hurt real bad. It looked like she couldn't even control her BMI properly. She'd probably struggle to teleport like that. I hadn't really given her a chance to brush off my help as we made it our way out. But with things as the way they were, it might have been impossible to get her some help or take her to a hospital. That's a good point. Yeah, I don't know. I saw someone waving at us from a distance. Nothing else around here was moving, so it was probably easy to spot us. Please be Momo. Yay! She's alive.
Momo!
We're good. Momo ran over to us, almost tripping over the rubble in her way.
I am so glad you're okay. Juno, you're hurt?
Magnitude 7 earthquake strikes Tokyo's Koto ward. Relation to explosion unknown. A lot of unknown things.
Shut up. Stop talking. Don't even look at me.
Alright, confetti for Momo. Bing!
What about you, Momo? Are you alright?
Hold on. I'm sorry, but I couldn't do anything. I can't.
She must have been talking about Asuma.
He was right there. I could reach out and touch him, but why is it that all I can ever do is watch?
I'm no different. I'm sorry. I couldn't keep Asuma's mom safe. I loaded so many times, but
I explained to her that the more I loaded, the worse my flashback attacks got.
can't sit idly by when someone's in need. My ass. I couldn't do anything. I fucking suck.
They need to call Liddy. They need to get some, because I'm sure she can explain convergence to them. And for all I know, she knows something about Asuma's powers, because she seems like she'd be aware of that sort of thing too.
Hold on.
She has been exposition master lately.
You've been struggling, haven't you?
Right. Momo hung her head like she felt guilty. Stop feeling guilty, Momo. Stop it. Suddenly, there was an intense rumbling in the distance. It sounded like the world was ending. The noise was coming from Odaiba. Even from here, I could see Odaiba's high-rises twisting like living creatures, splitting apart and rising into the air with the reclaimed land. It was surreal.
What's going on?
Wind linked us to a news broadcast.
We are live from above Odaiba. I can't believe what I'm seeing.
It's like peeling up the streets like a fucking can of soup.
It is believed that there are hundreds, if not thousands of people trapped in those high-rises. All roads to Odaiba have been cut off. There is simply no escape. The Prime Minister's residence is clinging onto one of the vertical surfaces.
Yeah, right?
This helicopter is 120 meters above ground, but his residence is overhead. It is currently unclear whether Prime Minister Azumaya is even alive. A group of people protesting the development of Earth simulators gathered outside the residence last night. But their well-being remains equally uncertain. The Uminomori Park and the Gai Institution right beside Odaiba are in a state of disrepair as well. As of now, there's no explanation for any of this. Oh, over there! There's a boy! And the boy is... What?
Don't do it. Avoid that boy.
Watch out!
And they're dead.
Inamori? Inamori?
An explosion rattled the sky over Odaiba. We weren't far from it, so we could see the light it cast in the distance.
Whoa! Did you see that? Did you? Someone just shot down the news chopper, right? Right?
Hey, Polly. What's going on? I'm scared.
Did Asuma do all that?
First the explosion at Guy, now this. How the hell was this even possible?
Is he using a sacrament or something?
It's far beyond that. These feats are beyond even the apparitions of Our Lady.
Momo trembled as she stared at the carnage.
We are witnessing the end. Armageddon has arrived.
This isn't physically possible. I can't explain where all that energy is coming from.
Okay, I take back what I said about Lydia explaining it. She's not familiar with this.
It's just digital.
You know something, Oz?
What do you mean? We talked about this, didn't we? Take quantum theory to its logical conclusion and you'll realize pretty soon that the world's digital. I didn't want to believe it. That's why I've always looked for reasons to deny it. But how can I deny it anymore? I'm seeing this shit in real life.
Oh, there's new news. Residents of Minato, Shinagawa, and Koto wards are ordered to evacuate. I mean, fair. Like, evacuate to where? What the fuck?
The world's digital. We're in a goddamn simulation, ain't we? I can't deal with this. The soul ain't nowhere at all then.
Hey! Tengen!
Oh, Oz.
Oz! Don't leave me alone!
I'd never seen Oz that shocked. Yeah, honestly, I did have that idea at one point of like, you know, what if this world is just one of the Earth simulators? Because they talked about Earth simulators simulating the Earth, and the people in the Earth simulator had their own Earth simulators. And so by that logic, it made sense of, well, how do we know that this world isn't in an Earth simulator? So, I mean, that would also explain the whole observer thing. That would explain why Kent referred to God as an observer. He's the person they're the person who made the Earth simulator that they're currently in right now. And so they're the observer. Every one of his beliefs had been shattered. Everything that rooted him to the ground had come unstuck in an instant. Yeah, I don't know. Was that the sensation?
The world. A simulation. Huh?
Honestly, it didn't hit me that hard. Maybe it was because I'd already been exposed to so much sci-fi bullshit. I'd already seen sacraments and quantum teleportation.
Oh. Huh.
This explained my saving and loading, too. Actually, it seemed pretty clear now. You could even say that my saving and loading was evidence that this world was digital.
So, I'm a simulated person. A program.
He seems pretty chill about it, honestly.
And I'm in a simulation. I see how it is.
The vision I saw upon the descent of Our Lady in Fatima. Her dancing sun, and that terrifying sound. This world being a simulation would explain those phenomena.
Yeah. Now we could even explain how Momo incarnated.
Would that mean that beings like God and Our Lady were just people above us?
Does that mean there's a higher us up there watching the us down here?
Dude, this is getting crazy. Obviously, I couldn't see them, but I couldn't help looking up at the sky.
And the one up there, he'd be the real me?
That is the concept of world layers.
Hey, Kent, welcome to the party. Also, we're finally here.
Brother.
Also, he's just here? I mean, I guess okay, that was something that I was curious about, but I got too distracted because Amadeus showed up. But I meant to ask, so he's dead. Kent Korihisa, I mean, I guess in this world, I have to preface everything with, in this layer, this, like, specific simulation, Kent Korihisa, the real one, is dead, and his brain has been Amadeusized, right? But he also, right before he showed up as Amadeus, he also appeared in front of Momo, and we saw him, like, in person. We didn't see his face, but we saw, like, the tie and everything. And so, and now he's just here. So he's not, maybe he's not dead. I don't know. Yeah, maybe he's just from a different, like, I don't know. But the fact is we're getting more information. Suddenly, Cicada, Kent Korihisa, appeared before us.
Kent Korihisa!
He'd finally shown his face directly, but despite how long we'd waited for this meeting, we weren't in a position to enjoy it. Yeah, this music is...
simulators in our world as well.
Uh-huh.
And likewise in the simulated worlds that are run by those Earth simulators. The worlds layered below us stretch to infinity, and virtually the same applies to the worlds layered above. The location of the topmost layer is beyond my knowledge. Though, from the current situation, we can identify the Earth simulator that is simulating this world. Since becoming the Calamity, Asuma Soga has been wielding godlike powers. This phenomenon can be considered an intervention from above, but its extent is far beyond that of any past incidents. And no consideration is taken toward the risk of it triggering the collapse of the world. This intervention is strongly linked to Asuma Soga's will. Therefore, I assume it is being done by the Asuma Soga above. So comes the question, which Earth simulator can the Asuma Soga above exercise such unrestricted control over?
Gaia!
Correct. I cannot speak of past incidents, such as the apparitions of the Holy Mother, but this intervention is doubtless his doing.
Controversy. Gaia Institution obliterated by earthquake. Earthquake my ass. Conspiracy.
So, if the Asuma of this world layer wants something, the Asuma above makes it happen?
Kent nodded.
Does that mean it's Asuma who is going to bring about the end?
No. The end of the world and Asuma becoming the Calamity have no bearing upon one another.
That's not what we heard before!
The end will come regardless of his actions. Its arrival has been predetermined from the moment this world was created.
Wait! If this world is a simulation, shouldn't it be possible to mess with the parameters or whatever to stop the end of the world?
Just hack reality. I'm down. Asuma had said that Gaio could simulate the world beyond January 19th, which was when the world was supposed to end.
Or what? Do the guys above us want the end to happen?
This is a system issue. I assume you are familiar with the year 2038 problem.
Like the year 2036 problem that caused the sad morning, it was an issue with the potential to cause major computer malfunctions. The integer used to record the time in Unix-based systems would overflow after counting past 2.1 billion seconds. It was possible that this overflow would trigger major system malfunctions.
That problem applies to the world we exist in.
So it's not like it's not about the computers crashing and that like it's not about like bringing about a dark age. It's literally the system that is reality crashing. That's really, imagine the world crashes. Like the universe itself gets the fucking blue screen of death. That's fucking bonkers. Momo had said that the world would end at 3:14:07 on January 19th, 2938. I don't think that's correct. I think that's the wrong number, game. I think you put the wrong number there. I had a vague idea that was when the overflow was set to happen too.
But the year 2038 problem is almost 100% solved. Would something like that actually happen?
Resolving it on this world layer alone is insufficient.
That's literally the system we're in is going to crash.
It must be dealt with in every one of the countless world layers, flawlessly.
Huh.
What?
Countless world layers. They were literally innumerable, but everything would be over if even a single one of them had this error. Yeah, well, it sounds like we need to at least communicate with all of them, which I don't even think that's possible.
There's no way we can fix all of them.
Indeed. Hence, the end is inevitable.
Are you saying that error's part of how the world works? That it's fate?
The fact that no contactees thus far, despite their powers, could alter the outcome is proof.
Contactees? You said I was one of those, didn't you?
The Holy Office 513 defines contactees as beings that may have been in contact with God or the Holy Mother. My understanding is that some contactees gained miraculous powers after their encounter with an observer. Polan Takaoka, your ability to predict the future must have been acquired through one such contact event.
You're talking about how I can save and load? Well, I guess I did get that from Anon. Does that count as contact?
This is fucking... Yeah. I'm still like torn up about who is Anon? That's how I became a contactee? But did that even matter? Asuma became a calamity however many times I saved or loaded. I couldn't stop that. There was another eerie rumble emanating from Odaiba. This one shook even the ground we were standing on. That was my first thought when they started talking about the world layers. It was like it was him himself, but like there's buildings and streets started falling from the vertical surfaces. They couldn't resist gravity any longer. I'd leave the matter of saving the world to Kent. He said there was still a way to do that. But did he not share? There was something else I had to do. Okay, yeah, saving the world isn't that important, I guess.
Kent, take care of the world and Juno.
Kent, you go be the protagonist. I'm gonna do something else.
I'll go see Asuma.
Fuck off and do something else. Husband of protest leader at the Prime Minister's office, official residence, claims he is unable to contact her. Those are so weird to read because they go so slow. I looked at Momo and she gave me a nod.
I'm coming too.
What do you intend to accomplish?
I couldn't save his mother.
So what if it was all fated? That didn't make any of this easier on me or Asuma. If I'd handled things this better, things wouldn't have turned out so messed up. I mean, it feels like he's the key, because in order to stop the problem where the system crashes, you have to fix the problem in every world layer. And as of right now, he's the only one who can communicate with himself from other world layers. So it feels like he's the key to solving this. We just have to help him not be murdery and crazy. I was pretty sure there was nothing I could say to heal his wounds, but
I can't just leave him all alone.
Both, right.
I gotta at least see him and talk to him.
And at the end of the day, Poland's just a nice guy. He just cares.
Doing so will yield nothing. We were unable to prevent Asuma Soga from becoming the Calamity.
Oh my god damn it. He cannot be restored to his former state. I don't believe you.
And that's why talking to him won't change anything, huh? That doesn't sit right with me. I gotta at least tell him that I'm sorry.
Oh, Poland. He's such a sweet guy. Like, he really is just a great dude. These guys are still arguing, even now. It was late at night, but the meeting room at the Ministry of Defense was full of people shouting.
This operation couldn't have been a more spectacular failure. Not only did we fail to eliminate the boy, we've left him completely unhinged.
The members of Project Gaia had been following the progress on the operation to seize the Gaia Institution. But the outcome had been so disastrous they'd flown into a panic.
Are you telling me we should have just tightened the kid's leash? How could we have known this would happen? We couldn't possibly have anticipated these events.
I like how they're like, well, we've created a literal god monster bent on destroying the world. Let's argue with each other for a while. That seems like a good use of time.
Turned into a monster. This is outside the realms of human comprehension. I doubt there's anything we can do now.
It may have been a mistake to target the boy's life. We should have placated him. Then he could have been confined somewhere we could watch him.
It's easy to say that in hindsight. I'm quite sure that seeking a peaceful solution would have simply made the child more conceited.
He was always impossible to control. If he'd opened up to the media, he would have destroyed both us and the government as a whole. He has all kinds of information on us, down to the color of our underwear.
Dude, fuck information. He's warping reality. Like, what are your priorities, my guy?
Faced with that boy and Gaia, anybody's as good as naked. Not even the US president is an exception.
Like, it's not about information anymore. He's literally a god.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but the US government is breathing down our necks right now. They're saying that if we don't take care of this immediately, they're going to dispatch not only the JUSDF, but the USMC too.
Never! The day we let the US
They're very
military conduct an
self-conscious.
operation in Japan is the day we should resign en masse!
This is no time to be paying any mind to appearances.
That's what I'm saying.
They just want to take Gaia and Soga for themselves!
No one's taking Soga. He's deleting people.
But without the Americans, how can we stop him?
There was also the rat who claimed that the Vatican was behind this mess.
I could see them doing this. It's what they specialize in.
If only we were more serious when they asked us to capture that girl. We could have avoided this.
We might have seen this coming if we'd used Gaia. Perhaps we should have asked Soga to show it to us. A poorly placed joke, but...
Mr. Sunahara, how do you intend to handle this?
You people are all idiots. The Minister of Defense fell silent. He was usually composed, but on this occasion, he didn't seem himself. His forehead was sweating, his eyes wandering, and his legs fidgeting.
I'm retracting the order to kill Soga. It's the will of the Prime Minister.
The words he'd awkwardly blurted out invited a brief silence. Everyone was shocked. But the shouting resumed a moment later, even louder than before.
Retracting it will change nothing at this point.
Is the Prime Minister simply trying to skirt responsibility?
What if Soga comes to kill us? This matter won't be settled until he's dead.
We're being streamed live to the entire world! What would the world think of a country using every ounce of power at its disposal to murder a single child? Neither the public nor the international community would let us live it down.
This is so like this is both completely unreasonable and also completely believable. I could totally see like a government roundtable meeting where people are just arguing about the politics and the information while the world is literally burning to the ground. I could like it's so insane but completely believable. Which is really depressing.
The army will contribute nothing more to this fiasco.
You're not wrong. This has been the political portion of this stream. If you liked it, I'm sorry. There's not going to be a lot of it.
But then, how do we fix all this?
If we knew that, we wouldn't be in this mess.
The minister buried his face in his hands. Their attempt to separate Gaia from Asuma had resulted in them losing Gaia entirely. Even if they wanted to predict the future now, they no longer had the means. As a result, they had no idea how to address this catastrophic situation. The situation was spiraling further and further out of control, but they could do nothing but watch. Well, that was an incredibly, like, useless scene. Like, what the fuck? That was just a bunch of people yelling at each other. All right, anyways. So, yeah, pretty much. Great summary. We made our way to Odaiba on a fishing ship we'd stumbled across. We arrived and saw the place was in a worse state than Uminomori Park. The one responsible for this destruction was sitting, hugging his knees in the remains of a collapsing station. Are you? She's somewhere.
Asuma!
The scale of the ruin made it difficult to find him. Everything looked so unreal. None of it seemed like it belonged in the world we knew. It reminded me of the days that followed the sad morning. Back then, I could hear people weeping and groaning in every direction. It was desperate, and I was desperately trying to help them. But I couldn't hear anyone right now. Alright, what is this news? Thank you, Wind. Singer Alan Kawakami and actress Rurira Sota among many reported missing. Earthly news. We hadn't found a single living person while searching for Asuma. Was anyone here still alive? Asuma had done all this, but I could have stopped it. I missed my chance to prevent his rampage. I felt responsible myself, knowing I'd failed. You literally tried as much as you could. You did the actual best you can.
I couldn't protect your mom.
So his hair's back to normal. That's a good sign, right?
If you're gonna hate something, hate me. Just don't hate the world itself. Please.
This was all I could do now.
It doesn't matter.
He looks like normal again.
Asuma.
It doesn't matter anymore.
I looked at him, but the confident, cocky boy who'd looked down on everyone else was nowhere in sight.
Mother, the world, none of it matters. This world just makes me feel empty. I want to destroy all of it.
Odaiba destruction, terrorism suspected. I mean, they're not entirely wrong.
Because it's a simulation?
That's got nothing to do with it. It's because this world is trash. And you're both trash for trying to save it. We're all just copies of the real world. The things you feel are just make-believe. Oh, but... Lucia, you're different.
Chief Cabinet Secretary. Prime Minister is unharmed. 3 minutes later. His well-being is uncertain. Damn, that changed quick.
Huh?
You're the only one who doesn't exist in any other world layer.
In any other world layer? That's interesting.
You were created by the Gaia above. Created by people who are like gods to us. They haven't solved the year 2038 problem either. That's why Gaia began independent calculations in an attempt to solve it. It went through an unimaginable number of patterns. It found the simulation with the highest probability of success, then ran that simulation. That's the world we're in now.
Interesting.
That's the world layer we're in. It's the only one with you in it, Lucia. Well, probability of success is still so small it might as well be 0. But you were the god's last resort. Does that make you feel better about yourself? The end is coming anyway. They threw you into this world, Lucia, but not even you can write its course. And that's why this layer is just another failure. It's meaningless. Not even those gods can solve the year 2038 problem. Everyone's going to die. The system error is going to take us all back to 0. No one can change the world, not you or anyone else. So just give up and disappear.
Relatives and acquaintances unable to contact many Odaiba residents. Big speech. It's certainly feeling that way. Do you want up? You can come up if you want. I don't know why you're so hesitant all the time. You can just do what you want.
Momo.
Asuma told me a few hours ago that Momo hadn't shown up in the Earth simulations. That meant she was an irregularity unique to this world layer, kinda like an actual being sent by the gods themselves. She probably hadn't expected to learn about her origins here, now. Even so, Momo didn't hang her head as she listened.
Thank you for telling me why I'm here, Asuma. I'm surprised, but
she just kept looking straight ahead.
It's just as I said before. It doesn't matter to me that God may have arranged each of my actions.
JUSDF operation suspected at Gaia Institution before Odaiba's destruction. Great. I know.
Even if my sense of duty and my feelings are artificial, I will simply do what I want to do.
Momo looked at me. You have a fan. Say hi. Oh, now I have to hear this screen. Momo looked at me. I looked back at her and nodded.
Polan and I, together, will save the world.
Hell
and
yeah,
everyone in
Momo. You're the bestest.
Obviously, Asuma, you're one of those people we could save. So come on, come with us. Come on, please.
But
you won't save anything.
Her words weren't getting through to him.
It's all pointless. Just admit that it's pointless.
Residents of all Tokyo wards ordered to evacuate. The news is getting pretty... I mean, it's understandable. It's... news. Everything sucks. We're fucked. The end. Yeah, no, this music is incredibly great. Like, it's... what's the word? Atmospheric. It's like, yeah, very heavy.
This world has to be pointless! A world like this shouldn't be allowed to go on any longer! Why don't you get it? Why?
Asuma, come on!
It's pointless. It's pointless! It has to be pointless! I won't wait for the end. I'll finish off the world right now!
Asuma, stop.
What do you mean?
Oh, god damn it. Put that away. No, put that away.
I pulled the plug on this world just a moment ago. I made something. It's up there, in space.
Dude.
What?
A huge asteroid.
So he's just Sephiroth now? He's just... Are you serious? Odaiba Destruction. Young researcher from Guy Institution may be involved. Yeah, yeah, we figured that out. Thank you. Asuma, dude, come on, man.
It'll fall to the earth soon. It's too close for anyone to evacuate. Hey, do you get it now? It's pointless. The world's gonna be destroyed before the end even happens. I'm gonna destroy it myself. But who cares, right? Not even the world getting destroyed means anything.
Asuma, delete that asteroid right now!
Don't tell me what to do. I don't have to listen to anyone.
Asuma!
God, Asuma's power is so dangerous. This is definitely the end of humanity. Or Chan thread summary. Thanks, Wind. Very helpful. I reached out to grab his arm, but before I could, he vanished. My hand grasped for nothing.
Shit, where is he?
I looked around, but I couldn't see him.
At this rate, Asuma's gonna abandon all hope.
I understood why he felt that way. It was my fault he changed. It was all because I couldn't help him. He wouldn't have been in this situation if I'd just done what I had to do. In that case, No, hold on! Don't go back into the loop. We need more information. I knew I had to load, but...
Shit!
I couldn't shake the fear that those flashbacks were gonna mess me up again. The thought of them kept me from loading. I mean, that's the thing. Even if we load, we're still, like... That still seems to be a point of convergence. There's no stopping that. I was incompetent and useless. Damn it, pull on. About half an hour later, a siren rang out inside my BMI. It made every one of my hairs stand up on end. We'd been trying to learn what we could about the asteroid, but hadn't gotten anywhere. We couldn't reach Oz either. The sound of that siren ringing out amidst the chaos was familiar. I didn't know if it was exactly the same, but it was like the one that I'd heard on the sad morning. It was the National Safeguard siren. It was the siren used to alert citizens about imminent danger.
Breaking news. NASA is conducting an emergency press conference in the United States.
Yeah, they're...
In the lead-up to this conference, Chief Cabinet Secretary Sugo has declared that all citizens must watch it. If you know anyone currently sleeping, please wake them up and have them watch immediately.
Whoa, it's so late, but all the billboards in Tokyo are on. Wait, no, it's not just Tokyo. They're on everywhere in the country.
All news media have canceled their programming to show the press conference.
Checked 4chan, social media, and video sites. It was clear everyone was panicking after seeing NASA's press conference.
About an hour ago, we confirmed the sudden appearance of an asteroid within the moon's orbit, about 330,000 kilometers from Earth.
Sorry.
We named this asteroid X-2038. It is roughly 3,000 meters in diameter. We have concluded from its brightness that it is a silicaceous asteroid. We were unable to see the asteroid until now. It managed to elude even Atlas.
Because it didn't exist until, like, just now. But I guess they don't know that. Short for Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Last Alert System. Atlas is exactly what the name implies. It's exactly what it says on the tin. It observes the sky using telescopes and warns of any celestial bodies on a collision course with Earth weeks before they arrive. Developed and operated by the University of Hawaii's Institute for Astronomy and funded by NASA, its observations began in 2015 and were further improved in 2017 with the use of a second telescope. There are plans to establish a total of 8 such telescopes in separate places all over the globe to ensure 24/7 observation of the sky no matter the weather. Neat. Most personal life game there. Oops. Alright, anyways.
It is as if the asteroid did not exist prior to its detection and appeared literally from out of nowhere.
Crazy.
It is normally impossible for an object this massive to appear so suddenly. As such, we checked our observation equipment for any malfunctions, but found everything to be working as intended. With the help of observatories around the world, we performed countless checks, and unfortunately, concluded that this asteroid indeed exists. We have calculated from its trajectory that it will collide with Earth, and that impact will occur approximately 6 hours from now. The predicted point of impact is in the Pacific Ocean, and in the worst case scenario, a mere 900 kilometers from Japan's Chiba Prefecture. We anticipate that this impact will generate a tsunami that will reach many countries bordering the Pacific Ocean. The effects will be especially catastrophic in Japan, where the height of the seawall could range between 50 and 120 meters.
Is there any way to prevent the impact?
Where's the safest place to go? How true are the rumors that you actually covered up that the asteroid was approaching?
Are you certain your equipment is working properly?
I don't think that last one's relevant.
Quiet!
Like, I mean, it's relevant, but it's not, like, that doesn't help anything.
I repeat, the impact is in 6 hours. There is nowhere you can run.
We have a live broadcast from the White House.
Everything NASA has just explained is true. This will be the greatest disaster in the history of mankind.
God damn it. And will cause the deaths of hundreds of millions.
It is unclear how many people will survive. This will be the greatest trial humans have ever faced. But please, try to remain calm.
Fuck you. An asteroid is coming. There is no escape. You will almost certainly die along with everyone you know and love. Try to stay calm. Calm down, okay? Just chill about
God
it.
help us all.
I mean, I appreciate the honesty at least. I mean, actually, I don't know if I appreciate the honesty. Like, fuck, that's crazy. After the president's last few words, which were probably his true feelings slipping out, all the journalists in the White House press conference room ran out. The president simply watched. He looked stressed beyond belief. I knew that that would only cause more panic.
The world will be consumed by chaos unless we do something. What we need is...
I'll be curled up in the corner, weeping tears and munching on Cheetos. Munching on all the snack foods I can muster.
Kent, we can stop this, right? Tell me we can, please.
Kent wasn't here, but Momo desperately called out to him anyway. I mean, considering who he is, he's just gonna appear. And he actually appeared. Of course he did.
Unfortunately, the specific event of Asuma Soga materializing an asteroid was not part of the Fate Line's prediction. Therefore, at this point, I have no countermeasure against it.
Well, shit. I'm gonna be honest. There's a part of me that like thinks the Observer. Like I am starting to think that the Observer might be Okabe, because like he's the one who gave Polon the saving and loading, and if you really think about it, the saving and loading feature is basically just a really streamlined version, like a very convenient and streamlined version of the time leap machine. So it would make sense that that would be the power he'd give to whoever's in the simulator, right? What's the contactee that he chose, right? That makes sense that would be the power he would give them, is a power he's very familiar with. But maybe not. I don't know. But I'm starting to think like that it would make a lot of sense if that's who the observer was. All right, so you got nothing, Kent. That's very helpful.
A large percentage of my resources is being allocated for my plan to save humanity from the end.
Development. A large asteroid will crash off the coast of Japan at approximately 10 a.m. Cool.
I will take action to eliminate Asuma Soga. But the asteroid still needs to be dealt with. And that I cannot do.
Yeah, I don't know what the plan is here. Like I see no line that leads to success.
Huh?
I just
Eliminate? You'll kill him?
If the calamity that is Asuma Soga is left unchecked, humanity cannot be saved from the end.
But even if you eliminate him, the asteroid will still cause mass destruction.
Oh, I'm trying really hard not to make a Persona 3 reference right now. I've already failed. Baby, 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 baby.
If you can't do anything about it,
sorry.
We'll have to stop it ourselves.
Yeah, how do you kill it? Oh yeah, I'll just kill him. How?
Thwarting an asteroid impact. Besides Asuma Soga, the only other individual with the potential of accomplishing such a feat is...
Kent looks straight at me.
You, Polan Takaoka.
What? Whoa, you're not making any sense. There's no way I can do that.
Up until now, I'd used my saving and loading to make the impossible possible, but now I knew that stuff came at a cost. And also, this was way wilder than anything I dealt with so far. It was a goddamn asteroid.
I can't. I couldn't even save Asuma's mom.
Polan.
Momo grasped my hand.
Let's do it. All of us. Together.
Momo! Yes. Momo gives us strength. Momo,
I'm the useless
double tapped
one,
the button.
and I'm always relying on you. So maybe I'm in no position to say something like this.
How dare you call yourself useless? You, genuinely, you have been as helpful as Polan. Honestly.
But I think we should all work together and do whatever we can to stop it. I'm sure that it'll work out. We'll figure something out.
There's no way.
Polan.
We're dealing with something on a totally different scale to everything we've faced so far. It's too much for us.
Hold on, stop this. I gently let go of her hand. I couldn't even save Asuma or his mom. How was I supposed to handle a global crisis? There was no way. I was useless. I just got some crazy app and deluded myself into thinking I could save the world.
Stop the asteroid threat, and we will have a chance of survival. Your success would let me set my final plan in motion. Not that I can fully guarantee its outcome, of course.
My aim is to cause a world line collapse, which should lead to a universal fix of all world layers. And to accomplish that,
rather than hacking into our own world as gods, we must hack into God's world.
Shit.
Only through this can the end be averted. Polan Takaoka, that is why. The asteroid impact must be stopped at all costs.
Polan.
Seriously, I can't.
Polan! God damn it, dude! I'd loaded so many times and I still blew it. I knew the same thing would happen if I tried this time. Polan!
I took Rosario to the hospital. Looks like she's gonna make it.
Yay! okay! Yes! I mean, the world is still ending in like 6 hours, but still, yes! Rosario lives!
Thank you so much, Cross.
Don't mention it. I'm just looking out for my own. The traffic's crazy here. Everyone's desperate to evacuate.
The sun hadn't risen in Japan yet, but the city was already in a state of panic. Looting, terrorism, mass suicides. Order itself was crumbling. I didn't know if it was a good idea to leave this place. No matter where we were, we wouldn't survive the asteroid impact. The number of casualties was probably going to surpass that of the sad morning. Oh, God damn it. So Polon's just a fucking sad sack right now. I mean, like, I get it, but also, fuck. Polon was hanging his head, looking very down. He'd been like this for a while now. It wasn't like him. The situation must have hit him pretty hard. The Polon who looked forward and rushed ahead was the one who'd given me courage. But I couldn't pin all my hopes on him. I was a member of Nakano Symphonies too, after all. I had to do something about this gloomy atmosphere.
So, I'd like to hear your ideas for how to stop the asteroid. What can we do to prevent it?
My question garnered no responses. I only asked casually, but I knew full well that solutions wouldn't come so easily.
I put it on Hack as a new quest. Meteor Hack.
That's, I mean, fair.
Huh?
Cicada prepared the asteroid. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Who the hell is this? That's ridiculous. But it wasn't even a quest this time. The reaction to it was mixed. Polon should choose his buddies wisely. Interesting. An FW boy.
NASA said nothing could be done about it.
I mean, it's not a bad idea. Like, that's kind of a great idea. Because, you know, a lot of people are going to be like, oh, this is dumb, fuck you. But you're going to get a lot of support.
The asteroid's way too close. It could have been stopped if we'd known about it earlier. But this whole situation's irregular.
It didn't exist earlier, Cross. I hope he knows that. Like, they know that, right?
The asteroid is 3,000 meters in size, right?
Yeah.
I couldn't really fathom how dangerous that was.
Let's look at impacts from the past. One of the most famous impacts is the Tunguska one.
Alright, let's learn about the Tunguska impact. An explosion that occurred near the upper stream of the Podkamennaya Tunguska River in Russia's Siberia region on June 30th, 1908. It is widely believed to be the result of a meteor impact. It is said to have burned forests as far as 30 to 50 kilometers from the center of the explosion and shattered windows as far as 1,000 kilometers away. With Russia just coming out of the Russo-Japanese War at the time and the instability of subsequent events, the site was not properly investigated until 1960. Wow. 52 years until someone actually looked at it. In 2013, a group composed of Ukrainian, German, and American scientists examined the local ground from that time and found minerals that were most likely part of the asteroid, leading them to claim that it was indeed an asteroid impact, but it is not yet wholly confirmed. Interesting. Oh.
It happened in the Siberian region of Russia in 1908. There was an unidentified explosion high in the air.
Is he really just
trees
gonna...
within the 30 to 50 kilometer radius caught fire.
It's just gonna explain everything I just read.
Apparently, the shockwave was so strong, it shattered the windows of houses up to 1,000 kilometers away.
Based on the explosion's
shit,
energy, the projected size of the meteor was between 3 and 70 meters.
I pressed the auto button. Apparently evidence substantial enough to prove the involvement of a meteor had yet to be found, though.
It's a lot smaller than the one we're dealing with.
Next, there's Chelyabinsk.
Oh boy. I love reading. A meteor that entered Earth's atmosphere near Russia's Chelyabinsk Oblast on February 15th, 2013. I apologize to anyone that I'm making cringe with my horrible pronunciation. I'm sorry. It was the first ever confirmed meteor that caused major damage to people and their property. It exploded mid-fall, creating a shockwave that shattered the windows and blew out the doors of 4,474 buildings. The atmospheric compression also set it afire, making it burn so bright that when it fell to an altitude of 30 kilometers, it released ultraviolet light that gave sunburns to some of the people who were outside. The meteor had a diameter of 17 meters and is speculated that it had crashed into the surface without breaking apart like it did. It would have created a crater with a 100-meter diameter and completely devastated the surrounding area. I think they're talking about like modern meteors, like ones that people have experienced, like human beings have experienced. But yeah, fucking dinosaurs. Also, these are, like, compared to this one, these are tiny. 17 meters?
That one happened in 2013, so there are plenty of recordings. The meteor was 17 meters in diameter. It blew up and broke apart in midair. The affected area stretched 180 kilometers to the north and south, and 80 kilometers east and west.
Oh my god, the shockwave caused windows to shatter.
And it was just 17 meters.
Hey, the dinosaurs went extinct because of an asteroid, right?
There you go. Wind, thank you. You have... Someone finally said it. Thank you, Wind. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a popular theory. Apparently, the Chicxulub crater in Mexico was created by the asteroid that caused the extinction.
How big was it?
All of this is hypothetical, but it was between 10 and 15 kilometers wide.
Damn, that's huge!
By the way, the top 3 craters in the world are called the 3 greatest impacts. There's the Chicxulub crater from the impact that killed the dinosaurs at 160 kilometers.
Yeah. Also I'm pretty sure, if I'm remembering science correctly, it wasn't the impact, like most of the dinosaurs weren't killed from the impact, it was the resulting climate and the resulting, like, atmospheric changes that, like, fucked them up. basically, like, suffocated to death. It was awful. Yeah, it was it, like, kicked a bunch of smoke and dust and shit. And there was less, like, there was less oxygen, and that's why, like, animals couldn't grow as big as, after that. Like, no animals got as big as dinosaurs were, because after that, oh, hello. 3 impacts like an that sounds familiar. I'm not entirely sure what that is. Possibly. Hello. Anyways, yeah. Meteors, dinosaurs, thank you, Wind.
Then there's the Sudbury crater in Canada at 160 kilometers. And finally, the Fredefort structure in South Africa at 180 kilometers.
Welcome to the party.
The energy from Chicxulub's impact created a tsunami that's estimated to have been 300 meters tall.
Yeah. Yeah, you've said stuff before. I recognize you. I've seen you around. We've chatted.
It also tore into the earth, reaching as far down as 25 kilometers.
I'm usually a lurker too in chats.
Magma
I
spilled
get
out,
it.
and weather changed across the globe. They say that extinction of the dinosaurs was a result of both the impact and the resulting change in weather.
Yeah. Science! Asuma's asteroid was less than half the size of that one, but it would still cause catastrophic damage. Also, in his current state, he could easily create larger asteroids, and as many as he liked.
3,000-meter diameter asteroid will be plenty destructive, and it's predicted to hit the ocean off the coast of Tokyo. It'll cause a tsunami when it makes contact. And just like the NASA administrator said, countries bordering the Pacific will suffer massive damage.
Thank you very much. I've got a better idea of the size now. I've also come to realize that the situation's graver than I thought. I hope there's something that can turn it all around.
His name is Polon, and he is currently moping.
There was a movie like that, wasn't there?
A movie?
That old one, made about 40 years ago?
Yeah, that one. The one where they put a nuke inside an asteroid heading for Earth and blow it to pieces. That was fiction, but we can copy it, right?
Oh my god. That would be great.
Sorry. It's
Liddy!
not that easy.
I'm gonna be honest, I think Liddy is my favorite character currently. No, Rosario. I think Liddy is my favorite character. I think she is currently best girl for me. I fucking love Liddy. Miss Kumar, join the conversation. She doesn't show up enough. You're kidding. Oh, Momo's your favorite character. I wasn't entirely sure about that. She needs to show up more. She only, every time she shows up, it's the best, but she always disappears too quickly.
How's the situation?
It's not looking good, but I'll keep trying.
I'd asked her to contact universities and academic societies to ask the experts for solutions. They'd be a better source of ideas than someone like me.
Why can't we copy the movie? Not enough time?
Probably not enough time, Wind.
It's 3,000 meters in diameter.
It's true, you need a pretty big...
You'd need a whole lot of energy to shatter an asteroid of that size, and we don't have the means to get the amount we'd need into space. It's also too close for us to divert its trajectory away from Earth with a nuke.
Maybe Asuma had determined the size and distance of his asteroid to remove that as an option. And even if launching a nuclear bomb into space seemed like it would work, that kind of effort would need international coordination. Have you seen those people? They're just yelling at each other, and those guys ain't doing shit. It wasn't something we could put into motion. Perhaps thinking strictly in terms of the physical was a bad idea? If only we had someone around who could, do impossible things that weren't restricted by the laws of physics. Oh, hey, Polon.
Hey. What would happen if Kent eliminated Asuma before it hit?
Wait. That's a good question.
Asuma was the one who created it, right? If he disappeared, wouldn't the asteroid disappear with him?
The two are independent of each other.
Yeah.
The only reason I am undertaking the elimination of this world layer's Asuma is to prevent any further global-scale environmental manipulation from occurring. Currently, Asuma Soga is highly synchronized with the Asuma above, enabling the two to have mutual awareness. This means what Asuma wishes for in this world is perceived by the Asuma above. It was Asuma in the upper world layer that created the asteroid, not the one here. Therefore, even if the Asuma in this layer were to die, the asteroid would not disappear with him. And the same holds true for the Asuma above, under the assumption that we somehow managed to eliminate him. The only way to delete that asteroid is to have the Asuma above alter Gaia's parameters.
Yeah.
Who'd be great right now? Who's that? That's crazy. I was gonna say something and I can't remember. He would be a welcome addition to the party for sure. I was gonna say something and I can't remember what it was. My brain had a thought and then deleted that thought immediately.
That means all we can do now is pray to God, huh?
Hold on. Tolan was right. This really was too great a task for mere humans. I knew that. I fully understood it. But surely there was something we could do. We're down to 4 hours and 54 minutes. That's not good. There was nothing we could do, but even so, Momo was standing near me in silence. She was looking up past meteor impacts. She wasn't alone. Cross and Wind were helping her. Everyone was sharing videos about those impacts. Nobody was saying it, but I could sense their despair. They were focused on the Chelyabinsk event from 2013. It was because that was the most thoroughly recorded event. There were recordings from multiple angles thanks to all the witnesses, and a lot of the footage was on the internet. The clips that had been picked up by the news media right after it happened were the ones with the most views. But there were a lot of recordings that didn't break triple or even double digits. Most of them ended within a couple minutes, and some were just a few seconds long. Momo and the others were using specialized apps to increase the clarity of certain parts of the videos, then sharing them over BMI. They'd been doing that for a while. I was too busy feeling sorry for myself to join in, though.
I think the Chelyabinsk event and the current asteroid have some features in common. NASA and other organizations all over the world are keeping an eye out for meteors and asteroids likely to hit Earth. But it seems as if nobody noticed the Chelyabinsk one until just before its impact. It was almost as if the 17-meter meteor appeared out of nowhere next to Earth.
Did this one get, like, coded in too?
Don't you think it's similar to the meteor hack?
The asteroid we have now isn't a natural phenomenon. Asuma just wished it into existence.
Right, is she saying that that happened with the old one too?
You shouldn't try to look for patterns where there aren't any. That's what conspiracy theorists do.
Right. I'm sorry.
I think she's onto something. Hold on. Don't shut her down, Cross. But if our world was an Earth simulation, then weren't the events of the year 2013, when Chelyabinsk happened, also confined to the simulation? We were dealing with a situation Asuma had caused on a whim. In that case, it was possible that Chelyabinsk was also God's whim. It was like God was doing a little trolling. In a world like this, stuff like scientific evidence probably didn't mean much to begin with. Right. Our world had miracles and supernatural phenomena. Quantum teleportation, sacraments, the end, the appearance of an asteroid, Momo's incarnation, saving and loading. This was a world built on the whims of those in the world layer above us. We were like guinea pigs in a little plexiglass box. I felt as if even the thoughts in my head were the result of someone messing with certain parameters. The logic of the world I believed to be real had been broken apart. The despair, the feeling there was nothing we could do, they were just growing stronger. It'd be great if we could pray to God to save us, but God had never been the best listener. What do you think, Anon?
Yeah, right. Like you'd answer me either. Stop.
It's like, what's the only thing I can do right now? Momo was doing her best. She wanted to save the world, and that sense of duty was pulling her forward. She was searching for hints, looking at every clip that caught her eye, playing them over and over and over. Her behavior was almost obsessive. She really, truly wanted to save the world. Momo was something else. But it was impossible. A new video started playing. She shared it with me too. I watched it, but I wasn't paying attention. Once it was over, it went back to the start. It ended again, and restarted again. Again and again. Again. Like, now I'm looking at it like there's actually something here. Hold on. What are those little sparkles? Are those just it breaking apart on entry? Like, and now I'm looking for something. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, there's like these little, there's little sparkles come out of the, like it's not coming from the meteor. It's like a second thing. Yeah, it's like a second thing appears out of nowhere and hits it and then breaks apart. A little bit of static. I think that's just the quality of the video. I think the video is just so it's just like an old quality. But like there's like this little light that appears. I don't know. Yeah, I think that's just like dirt on the lens, maybe. I don't know. Like right now, I'm focused. Like there's this thing. There's like a little. All right, maybe he's gonna say it. Like, my guess is it's the little thing that shows up and like hits it and then spatters into like sparkles. Because that's weird. Like, why does that happen? I noticed something about the video. Yeah. Something I could make out right when the meteor blew up. The footage went all white after the explosion. But what caught my eye was the moment before that. Yeah, there's like a little white thing that just like flies in from nowhere and hits it. I played it again. I hadn't noticed it on the previous videos, but
Hey.
Paulon? What is it?
About this video you just sent me.
Huh? Yes? Yes? Did you notice something?
She's so excited, it's adorable.
Right before the meteor explodes, it looks like it gets hit by something that flies up from behind.
Hell yeah!
Something even faster than the meteor itself. Can you see it?
I noticed something. I'm so proud right now. I feel such immense pride in my heart that I noticed a thing.
Huh? Really?
It's in 2010 quality, so it's hard to tell. I used the app to increase its clarity, but this is the best it can do.
That's true. You get your confetti. All right. Then my confetti. All right. Yeah. You have your confetti, my friend.
Now that you mention it, I guess I can see it.
Can we contact the person who took this video?
I doubt it. This isn't the original video. Looking at the account, it's a re-upload.
Triple confetti.
I see.
I really need to like actually get like some kind of confetti animation, little like on the screen. Considering how often that happens. The original was probably out there somewhere. But even if we found it, there was no guarantee we'd be able to contact the uploader right away. The video was more than 20 years old.
I'm sorry, I guess I'm just imagining things.
Bullshit, this is something. Or get actual confetti. Dude, that would be such a pain to clean up. Yeah, I shouldn't be wasting all our time on false hopes.
Wait, that's actually an interesting theory.
Thank you, Liddy. You are the best, after all. Miss Lid seemed curious.
If something had hit it from behind, what could the mysterious object have been? A detached piece of the meteor? No, the gap in their relative velocity is too wide. A fragment couldn't have caught up with it.
Was it a missile or something?
That would mean that someone successfully shot it down, right? 20 years have passed. You'd think that whichever country, organization, or individual that pulled that off would have claimed the glory by now.
So, did another meteor just happen to collide with it?
That would mean both were on an almost identical trajectory.
Miss Lid tilted her head to one side, then smiled.
All right, who wants to try replaying this moment in an Earth simulator?
Do we have one of those? I thought the whole thing about those was that...
An Earth simulator? You mean you want us to go back to the Gaia Institution?
I'm pretty sure that thing's a smoking crater right now. Gaia was under Asuma's control, though. Even if we snuck in there, we wouldn't be able to use it.
No. I don't mean Gaia.
If it turns out Liddy has an Earth simulator this entire fucking time, that'd be so funny.
Japan and the Vatican aren't the only places operating Earth simulators behind closed doors.
I mean, that's true. Yeah, they did say that they were, like, pretty much every country was working on their own, in secret.
Officially, development on all of them has ceased, but lots of countries are still running sims in secret.
And you have connections to those places?
So I'm curious which country it would be, like...
You'd better believe I do. I pulled some strings and got permission
America,
to use
maybe?
one of the Earth simulators in the US. Pretty
Okay.
good on short notice, huh?
Who did you ask for help? Oz?
No, I can't even contact Oz. Karu and No are looking for him, though.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm really worried about Oz. He was really fucked up by this whole thing.
I asked Kurisu.
There it is. Alright, you get more confetti.
She has an above-board image, but I'll have you know she's involved in plenty of shady stuff behind the scenes.
A few minutes later, Miss Lid shared the simulation data with us.
Check it in VR mode.
There was no point to any of this. It wouldn't help at all. Polon, stop being a baby. That's how I felt, but I couldn't stop myself from turning on VR mode.
Set it to 9:20 and 26 seconds local time. We'll start 10 seconds before the explosion.
I see it!
Huh?
Whoa!
so-
Hakaoka was heckin' right!
Thank you, Wind.
It's possible that by pulverizing the meteor, the object reduced the lethality of this event and saved lives.
What could the object be?
I don't know. We need to analyze it more thoroughly, but there's no time for that. Though I can say it's something that might qualify as supernatural.
Yeah, no shit.
What about it? How does it help? It's just one detail from a past event. It doesn't even hint at a solution to the asteroid coming at us right now.
If there's no time to launch nuclear bombs into space, perhaps we could use something that's already in space?
Like what?
This might be an absurd idea.
All those satellites from the Sad Morning, right? They're still up there.
Couldn't we make use of all the space debris in Earth's orbit? Perhaps we could use the SA-4D too.
Yeah,
Would that be feasible?
that's what I said. I'm calling it.
So you're
I'm on a
thinking
roll
of
here.
recreating Chelyabinsk?
Everyone fell silent. Momo was right. It really was an absurd idea.
Like Miss Kumar said, the odds of something like that happening, we'd be talking about a supernatural event.
That's true. But if we tried to reproduce all the conditions and get every variable right, it could work. Couldn't
Death Star Anime Edition. I felt like Momo was losing her cool. She was clinging onto a scenario with next to no chance of ever happening. But here's the thing, Polon. Next to no chance is better than no chance. There was nothing to it. The whole idea was a false hope.
The thing hurtling toward Earth this time is far larger than the one that exploded over Chelyabinsk. As I mentioned, it would take an enormous amount of energy to pierce and destroy this asteroid. I'm not sure there is debris that would fit the bill.
The debris catalog.
Huh?
I found it while looking into asteroids. The debris catalog records the data of all orbital debris, greater than 3 centimeters in size.
Okay.
By all, do you mean all?
Yes, all confirmed debris.
Damn. It's gonna be a big ass list.
How can we check the list?
It's on the internet. Anyone can open it.
All right, nice. I'll check the catalog.
Thankfully, this asteroid is silicaceous rather than ferrous. Providing the projectile is suitable, it can be destroyed. We'll need more than mass alone to destroy an asteroid, though. We'll need to know its orbital position, too. The asteroid will enter the atmosphere in about 5 hours, so we have to identify the debris that can make it to the asteroid in time.
And if we want to hit it, we'll need to be able to control that debris remotely, from the ground.
So we need debris we can communicate with. Let's look at the list.
All right, I'll hit up the hackers I know. We need everyone we can get for this.
I'll try calling my friends too.
The experts I know are dying to do something about this. I'll share this idea with them right away.
Hey, calm down, you
Hold
guys.
on. Knock it off. Like, if you want to give up, fucking go give up. But, like, stop trying to get them to give up. Quit being a baby about it. It wasn't just Momo now. Everyone, even Miss Lid, was getting involved.
It's not gonna work. It's just not.
Shut up, Polon.
We can't do this. You know we can't.
Polon, that's enough.
Thank you, Cross.
You're nothing but dead weight right now. You couldn't do what you had to, and it broke you. I get how you feel, so shut up for now.
Fuck yeah, dude, Cross. All right. You're the best, Cross.
The rest of us right here are still trying our best.
Cross.
Fuck yeah.
It's your childish and embarrassing ideals that brought us all together. Don't forget that.
I didn't know what to say to him. Before, I might have been able to stand with them and face the future, to rush ahead with them. But now, I knew my limits. I couldn't face the future. But you will, Polon. You will. I believe. After about half an hour, Miss Lid contacted us again.
Listen up, everyone. We found debris that tick our checkboxes.
Huh?
You did? I had some experts help me, and I even got to use the QCDC again.
That's not good. I don't like that.
I had a little help from Amadeus, too.
What was that fuzzy thing?
You mean Kent?
No, Kurisu. Anyway, I got some of the world's best brains on this, and they managed to find some debris that could do the trick.
That's so funny. She's got two Kurisus helping her. Seriously?
We won't be using actual debris, though. We're going to borrow satellites from the Astraea project.
The Astraea project?
You know about the space elevator that's being built, right?
Yes. Kaiba Corp, I believe. Oh yeah, there was one under the construction in the Pacific Ocean.
They're already sending material for it up there on a regular schedule. It's being used for space resource development missions still in the proof of concept phase. The Astraea project is one of them. Its mission was to use satellites to tow lots of small asteroids from the Apollo group closer to Earth. The asteroids are metallic and about 500 meters in diameter.
Then in the future, asteroids collected that way could be used for further development, huh? That made sense.
And the satellites used for this proof of concept, Astraea 1, 2, and 3, all happen to be stationed at the space elevator's orbital platform.
So that meant...
The idea is to crash them into X-2038, along with the asteroids they towed over.
Alright.
If the calculations are right, the impact would be in relative distance, 50,000 kilometers from Earth.
They calculated all that so quickly. That's amazing.
But Miss Lid didn't look too excited. It didn't seem like this strategy alone would resolve the crisis.
But that impact wouldn't be enough to outright destroy X-2038. Even if things went according to plan, only about 40 to 50% of the asteroid would be destroyed. The scattered pieces would still be enough to cause major damage.
It It wasn't gonna be that easy, huh?
That's why we're looking into another plan too. One utilizing the Space Guard system. It's the space defense system deployed by the JUSDF.
Space Guard. Oh yeah, that sounded familiar. The JUSDF Space Force set that up themselves while the G26 nations deployed the SA-4D. Though, unlike SA-4D, the Space Guard used large missiles placed in orbit, which seemed relatively simple.
There are 9 Space Guard missiles that can intercept X-2038. They could be used as a follow-up to the Astraeosats.
And all of that would be enough to neutralize even a 3,000-meter asteroid, huh?
Though, no matter which strings I pull, I can't find anyone who can connect to Space Guard's HQ. It's looking like I have no choice but to hack into it. The security there is no joke either, so it'll be a race against time.
All Tokyo wards predicted to be destroyed by asteroid impact. Not if we have anything to do about it. Ken could probably handle it, but he kinda had his hands full, didn't he?
Cross, Wind, can you go on the internet and get help from the hackers who have joined in on the quest?
They both nodded. Scientists, experts, even hackers from all over the world were coming together to deal with the situation. While I...
Status report. What's going on?
The ABMS is being hacked. It's refusing to respond to our commands.
ABMS? Short for Advanced Battle Management System. Used by the Air Force, it is a cloud-based... God, it's hard to read while that sound is going on. It is a cloud-based system that connects not only units on land, at sea, and in the air, but also military satellites in space. ABMS can instantly integrate the vast amounts of data collected from all its sensors, greatly improving the precision of the situational awareness in combat.
What? How could someone take over the Air Force's battle management system?
This can't be happening. No average hacker could break through this system's security. It's the very foundation of the army.
But what about all of the hackers?
Analyze the situation and take back control. Also, connect me to the Minister of Defense.
Oh god, more political bullshit.
Right away.
More old people yelling at each other.
What's happening?
We have an emergency.
We have many emergencies! I can't even contact the Prime Minister! What is it this time?
Someone has taken over the Air Force's management system. We've lost control over it.
What? And what does that mean?
We no longer have control over our unmanned vehicles. They're in the hands of whoever commandeered the system. They might attack indiscriminately, even civilians. They could even cross borders and wage war on other countries.
What?
Japan alone is host to about 500 of these vehicles, and we have no means of stopping them.
This is cool. Yeah, I was gonna say, this is like, it's like fully animated. It's sick. We're just watching anime now. Like, there's no...
The 28 MQ-67A units at Misawa are scrambling, but Misawa issued no order to sortie.
The 15 units at Hyakuri have scrambled as well. We've lost control of over 30 more.
So far, Chitose, Matsushima, Iruma, Komatsu, Komaki, and Miho have reported that their MQ-67As can no longer be controlled.
We've received contact from the US. They're absolutely convinced that the hacker who took over the system is Cicada 3301.
So we're in the hands of a wizard.
I can't believe he said that with a straight fucking face. Imagine you're the commander of a fucking military unit and you say the words, "So we're in the hands of a wizard."
What is he after?
All units are heading towards Tokyo. It doesn't seem that he intends to intercept the asteroid, though.
Control! We have completed analysis of the target coordinates set for all MQ-67As.
Put them on the monitor.
That's...
Kendall.
I see. Their target is... Asuma Soga!
I genuinely want to know what Kent thinks he's gonna do about fucking Asuma. Like, how, what is, really, you think you're just gonna, oh yeah, if I shoot him with enough military planes, surely he'll just, I can kill him. That's, come on, Kent, you're smarter than that.
This isn't my fault.
I love these, like, comic strip fucking bits.
I'm not responsible.
So cool.
So, go right ahead. Kill him.
Little spinny, yeah, it's sick. Dude. Well, you got him. Just watching the spinny thing.
Is Soga dead? Did they get him or not?
Biosigns detected.
No way. He's alive.
He is alive.
What?
I can't believe it. What the fuck? An error has occurred in the system. That's weird. So all the error message, like, are those something he sees, or are those like for the military systems? An error occurred, or is he literally like glitching out right now? This is sick, by the way.
Damn you, monster!
I'm gonna be honest, this is reminding me of the end of Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. I won't spoil it if you haven't seen it, but it's just reminding me of like that level of like fighting. That type of shit. It's crazy. At the same time, news broke around the world that the Pope was about to make an emergency statement. Yeah, it's one of my favorites. It's really good. Also, you can't go from fucking military explosions trying to murder children, to be fair, evil, like, murder God children, to fucking just, oh yeah, we're in a church now. Everybody be on your best behavior. It was late at night in the Vatican. Popes almost never announce speeches at times like this.
This world will
it's
not
crazy.
Meet its end with the asteroid.
Oh, that's weird. It's really weird hearing that, because that voice, that voice, there's a character in Psycho-Pass who has the same voice actor, and it sounds exactly the same. And now I'm just imagining that character as a fucking pope, and it's so wrong, and it's fucking me up.
For that is not the will of our Lord.
The Pope's speech opened with the promise of hope, but the man had more to say.
The true end shall come approximately 11 days hence. We were granted this truth by Our Lady of Fatima some
That'd be crazy.
130 years ago. January 19th, 3:14 and 7 seconds, coordinated universal time. As foretold by our Lord, that is the moment when all shall come to ruin. Until that moment comes, let us join hands and find peace in prayer.
Oh, that voice is really fucking me up right now. Yeah. First the approach of a devastating asteroid, and now the Pope himself was declaring that another end was still to come. Regardless of nationality, faith, and race, his words were enough to instill panic in all mankind. Thanks a lot, Pope. Don't take that out of context. A bunch of streamers were broadcasting Kent's drone attack on Asuma, albeit from a safe distance. The attack raged on. I'd been watching for over 30 seconds and it hadn't stopped for a moment. Yeah, I would have checked out probably as soon as they announced the asteroid. I'd probably be like, okay, all right, I'm just gonna be in my room for the rest of my very short life, like huddled in a corner. I would not be watching the news at that point. I could hear the explosions from here and their vibrations reached the ground we were standing on. Oh, hold on. There's more wind messages. End of the world. The asteroid is Asuma's doing. Now we know for sure that this world is digital. Some of the buildings Asuma had messed up were barely standing. They were starting to collapse. It felt like a battlefield. It also felt like I'd gotten a glimpse of how brutal Kent could be. Realized how weird it was that Asuma could deflect all these attacks and stay untouched.
He looks like he's hurting.
The streams were a way off, but I could just make out Asuma. It seemed like he was crying, begging for someone to help him. Military systems are malfunctioning. Possible relation to combat in Odaiba.
Hey, shouldn't you two get out of there? If the asteroid hits, you'll be underwater.
There's no point running now.
I was about to say, what, like, if the asteroid hits, we're fucked no matter what. What do you mean, Wind? He couldn't get away. And if we made the wrong turn somewhere, we could end up getting caught in one of those attacks.
Also, the Army's attacks are causing network disturbances all over. It's making the panic even worse. There's traffic everywhere, and the infrastructure is starting to fail.
Cross? You're cutting out.
There's disturbances. The 23 wards and the area around Kawasaki are all...
Network disturbance? Was it because of the army drones?
All right, everyone. Time to talk.
Yay, Liddy!
Miss Kumar, how's the situation?
Listen up, everyone. All seems good with Estrella, but I can't say the same for the situation with the Space Guard.
Hackers from around the world seemed like they were making good progress, though.
First, there's the network disturbances. The US is suffering them too. We were reporting our progress just fine. But after I got that data, we lost contact with each other. It might be tricky to connect with them again, all things considered. One more thing. To minimize the damage from X-2038, we need to hit it with at least 9 Space Guard missiles. We need to issue a command to move them into X-2038's trajectory. The timing for that command is pretty strict too, and I can't find a facility we can use to send it when we need to. The global panics made it hard to contact most comms facilities. I tried places on the ground and even comsats, but I couldn't find anything we could use.
What if they just adjusted the trajectory of the Space Guard itself? Would that shift the window a little? How about using multiple commands? Momo asked before I could get the words out.
They said they tried to look into those options. But if we tried those, we'd run out of either time or fuel. They're not viable options.
I see.
I figured SA-4D could be used to change the trajectory of the Space Guard missiles too. But apparently, that was unrealistic.
The SA-4D have been deactivated too.
Yeah.
SA-4D.
But it's not like they're completely inoperable. If we reactivated them, maybe we could get them to attack the asteroid.
All of them? No. They're too far from each other. At most, we could mobilize a couple dozen for a simultaneous attack, but they wouldn't amass enough energy to destroy the asteroid.
Damn.
Would it be possible to hack SA-4D's core systems, then change their orbit so they could all attack at once?
Hey, how's it going? I'm doing alright. How are you? Polon needs to pull his head out of his boot. Do something. Do you want up again? You can. You don't have to do that. You can just hop up. You have the power. I believe in you. You just want to sit there and meow, huh? That's fine. I'd hear it.
That
Welcome
idea
back.
is worth looking into, but I'm not sure we have time.
Everyone was bringing up whatever ideas they could find, but none of them were realistic. Yeah, it's been a real party today. Very exciting. Good stuff. Stop and give attention to the cat. Hello. No. Hey. You have everyone's attention. How does that make you feel? Are you camera shy? She's camera shy. What if I load it again? Well, I mean... No, I was too scared of having another attack.
One more possibility comes to mind.
I cannot for the life of me figure out what she's thinking half the time. Just constantly meowing at me. I don't know what goes through your mind. I just don't know. One more possibility. Oh, yeah. Should I load?
Stop.
No, he's having none of it.
There's a deactivated satellite in the area that would be just right for us. Just one, though.
Huh? Really?
There was one SA-4D sat that malfunctioned during Sad Morning. It didn't attack. Did you know that?
SA-4D-0144, right?
Yes, but 0144 itself doesn't matter. A certain rumor spread regarding what happened there.
Oh, she's gonna... Okay. You are such a goober.
Apparently, 0144's malfunction was caused by a hacker who got in using another comm sat.
I've never heard about that.
Samesies.
That was the first I'd heard of it too. Is this where we're gonna learn? Is this gonna be like super sad where it turns out he hates his dad because he was a hacker and he never spent time with him, but it turns out that he was the one who stopped. I don't think so. I think they're talking about the satellite that didn't fire was the one that was aimed at where Polon was. That's the only reason he survived, was because just randomly the one that was gonna fire at him didn't fire. And I think this is my guess, is that Polon's dad is the one who stopped it from firing and basically like saved his son at the cost of his own life. And that's, I don't know, maybe that's gonna wake Polon up learning that. I don't know. Or maybe I'm just wrong. That could also be true.
One of the people helping us out right now is involved in the SA-4D decommission project. He's my source for that rumor.
So there was a chance that the ComSat could be reactivated and used to tell the Space Guard missiles to move at just the right time.
But accessing that SAT and getting the channels, passwords, and optimal comm systems would take a while. And then there's the time we'd need to secure the channel from the SAT to the Space Guard missiles. Considering all that, even if we could get that SAT up and running again, the probability of our plan working out is still low.
So that was too much of a gamble as well, huh? All this wishful thinking was getting us nowhere. But we weren't in a position to drop everything in favor of such a remote chance of success.
But there may be something we can do. What is the satellite's name?
It's called the OnWeb satellite.
Huh?
OnWeb 0023 to be more precise.
OnWeb?
Hold on.
Oh.
Oh yeah? I don't remember it. So it must, yeah. If it was mentioned, I do not remember it. Which, I'm guessing it was either one of the robotics notes, maybe? Could have been earlier than that, though. That's true. If it was in Occultic 9, I will probably never know. That one, and, the only other canon science adventure games that I have not played are the ones that never got to CG of it and Steins Gate Zero's Future. Interesting. Yeah, I don't remember that. Then again, Steins Gate Zero is one that I have not played in a long time. That was like the second science adventure game. Actually that was the first. Oh, that's the satellite in the building? I had no idea. That's really interesting. I have a one of the wallpapers on my computer is one of the oh god. Hold on, let's see if I can pull this up just now that we're talking about it. One of these days I'm gonna get better at pulling up pictures and stuff. I have this, it's like one of my backgrounds for it's one of my backgrounds for my computer. That one. Well, fucking goddamn it. I had it for a second. I had it for a second. Yeah. Neat. That's super cool. In the words of who said it? Hold on. I gotta think about it. In the words of Kurisu, Google it, scum. Can't even say that with a straight face. It's one of my favorite things she said. All right. Anyway, back to video game. Anonymous code. I never expected to hear that name here.
Hold on, are you okay?
What's wrong?
Hey, Miss Lid, about that sat. Was it launched in 2020? And is it listed as 45136Y in NORAD's satellite catalog?
NORAD. That sounds familiar. North American Aerospace Defense Command is a joint American-Canadian organization with an HQ located at the Peterson Space Force Base in Colorado. It observes satellites 24/7 and watches for ballistic or nuclear missiles, as well as strategic bombardments. They also have a Christmas-themed program called NORAD Tracks Santa, where they claim to use radars and other technology to track Santa Claus, bringing some Christmas cheer to children. That's fucking adorable, dude. I love that.
Huh? Yes to both. How do you know that?
Alright, well, let my cat out. Just that. Alright, you want to go out. This is what happens when you want in that you're just gonna want. Ugh. It's almost like she doesn't like being stuck in a small room with the door closed and no one paying attention to her. It's almost like she doesn't like that. I don't know why. It's weird. What kind of coincidence was this? Was fate itself trolling me?
That's the satellite my dad did maintenance on.
Huh?
What?
Give us the details.
Deets, please.
OnWeb was an internet comms company, right?
Yeah, it went bankrupt 17 years ago.
Confetti prepared.
I found an article about it.
Satellite comms company OnWeb filed for bankruptcy. 85% of their 576 employees have been dismissed. OnWeb's goal was to provide a global internet service using 648 satellites. April 1st, 2020. I like how the news scrolls really slowly, but everything Win sends scrolls like at light speed. Pick one.
Okay, so back then, SATCOMs-based internet wasn't practical yet. I wasn't even born then.
Me neither. I wouldn't be born for another year.
My dad worked for them as an engineer. By the time OnWeb went bankrupt, they had already sent 70 test sats into space.
And they're still in orbit.
My dad and the other employees were dismissed with the bankruptcy. But the company applied for corporate rehabilitation law. That's why they expected the company to come back eventually. And that's also why a bunch of the ex-engineers secretly did maintenance on the 70 sats that were already in orbit. They did it so those sats would be ready to go whenever the company recovered.
What's up? Do you have a theory? That could be, yeah. Yeah, the Polon's dad from the world layer above this one. Yeah, I could see that. I'll prepare some confetti if that is the case. Yeah, that's an interesting idea.
That day never came, but Dad and the others kept up with the maintenance.
Yeah.
It's like a piece of my dream, continuing to brave the skies today. Even though everyone forgot about them, and they'll never be used again. The other engineers and I, we made them. We put them up there. And we're gonna remember them, look after them, until the day they burn up. That's why I still maintain it. Hey, Polon, if something happens to me, would you look after it for me? I guess this stuff doesn't make much sense to you.
Yeah.
Sorry, Polon.
I suddenly remembered that moment when I was still young and Dad still had that light in his eyes. He stopped paying me any attention after our family had broken up, but he never stopped working on that satellite. Always with his back to me, always locked up in his room, always like that.
Don't disturb me. I'm working.
Miss Lidge had just said that someone used the OnWeb sat to hack SA4D0144.
They say that if 0144 hadn't malfunctioned, there might have been one more crater in Tokyo. At least another 5,000 casualties.
Dad saved your life, Polon. Dad had saved those people? The workaholic who didn't seem to give a shit about his family saved all those people?
What the hell?
Why hadn't he told me? I mean, he died. Isn't that right before he died? If that was true, then he wasn't just some incompetent asshole. He was the only hacker in the world who'd stood against the sad morning, an event not even the most wizard-tier hackers could hold off. Dad was more skilled, respectable, and awesome than I ever was. He was the real hero.
Polon, look at this.
Oh my god, that's a lot of stuff.
If we can access OnWeb 0023 right away, we could use it to communicate with Space Guard missiles.
Okay. I reached into my pocket and ran my fingers across the keyboard in there. The reason why I could make a living as a hacker these days was because my dad had taught me programming when I was still little.
Oh. You're a fast learner, son. Maybe you're on your way to becoming a wizard.
A wizard?
Uh-huh. Hackers are wizards. We can make anything happen. Make the impossible possible. That's your old man's motto right there.
Oh. There used to be so much kindness in his smiles. But after our family fell apart, I just stopped going into his room. I always just stood outside, looking at him and saying nothing. I never even tried talking to him. I turned my back on him too. And he never turned to face me. But he was a man who never let go of his ideals.
Polon, what do you want to do?
Come on, Polon! If I did something now, would that make me like Dad? Yeah, it would. And I had a motto of my own.
I won't sit idly by when someone's in need!
Yes! We're so bad.
This lid, I know how to access OnWeb 0023.
Is this it? Is it? Are we about to get some fucking sick-ass lyrics? Is it time?
Really?
There's something at my place. The equipment my dad used to maintain the SAT is still there.
No lyrics, but...
We might be able to
Fuck
use
yeah.
that.
Give me a sec. I'll try accessing it.
Also, this is I feel like this is the music for one of the menus, and it's. I tried remotely accessing my dad's PC back in Nakano, but
no good. I can't connect to it from here.
This track is sick though.
Cross, you're at Symphony now, right?
Yeah?
Go to my place. We're gonna need the phased array antenna for the comms.
Oh yeah, you did have an unusually large antenna.
That out of context sounds so rude. Like, hey, don't talk about my unusually large antenna.
That antenna is actually the only way to communicate with OnWeb 0023.
All right, I'll go there right now.
I'll do whatever I can to get back to Nakano. Guys, sorry for being such a wuss back there. I'm gonna help too. I'll fight alongside you a little longer.
Hell yeah, pull on. I glanced at Momo, then we made for the shore where we moored the fishing boat we came to Odaiba aboard. Listen, some people are very sensitive about their unusually long antenna, alright? You can't just say these things. You know, you gotta...
We'll use my dad's PC. Its security's tight though. We'll have to bypass it.
I'd never looked at my dad's PC. Oh, asteroid sends government into panic mode. Attempts to communicate with US president unsuccessful. Seriously, just the world is in panic mode. I felt like if I did, I'd find some file revealing how he actually felt, and I didn't want to see anything like that. The PC had remained completely untouched.
You can handle it. Go ahead and hack it, Cross.
It's your dad's memento, though. Hacking it may cause it to crash and make it impossible to look inside. Ever. Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
This wasn't the time to worry about that stuff. If this was the only solution we had, we couldn't afford to get hung up on the risks.
A QCDC could hack it in no time. But we can't get our hands on one of those with the comms in the state they are.
Only the highest brow humor here, thank you very much. She was right. A QCDC could break through an old PC's security like it was tissue paper.
There's another problem, though. Even if we can establish comms with OnWeb 0023,
someone had to input the commands for position control to properly communicate with the 9 Space Guard missiles.
we'll probably need a highly skilled specialist. My dad could do it, but I can't.
I think I know someone who might be perfect for the job.
Huh? Who?
Tengen.
Yo, Oz. Did we find Oz? I'm still worried about Oz. Like... Oh yeah, he was an ex-astronaut.
Have you got through to him?
No, not yet.
Finding out that our world was simulated had shaken him up pretty bad. I could understand that, obviously. But this wasn't a good time for that old dude to be wigging out on us. I wasn't one to talk, though. I'd been a mess myself until a few minutes ago.
I'll see if I can get someone else.
You do that.
We have until an hour before impact to establish comms with Space Guard. We have to get this sorted before that.
Guy gave me an hour to get from here to Nakano, then set up comms so we could use OnWeb 0023.
I'll handle it.
Alright, it's time. I was never gonna back down again. Oh, Oz. You know what, to mark the occasion, I'm gonna make a save of my own. Didn't he just... Oh, that's right. They keep moving. Again, I don't know if this is... It's just a random, like... If it's a video... Like a game mechanic thing, or if there's actually a like, narrative reason this is happening, but his saves move from... Like, it was in a different slot, I swear. So, I'm gonna save. New icon? No, same icon. Fight for comfort? Alright. Behold. Ah. Truly a masterpiece. Breathe it in, everyone. Breathe it in. Alright. And here we read from the passage of Okabe. And now we turn to the scripture of Daru. All right. Thank you. I spent way too long on it. All right. Tengen Ozutani sat crouching at the edge of an empty construction site. He looked over the desolate crater. By his feet was an empty capsule that once contained some form of drug. Car horns echoed in the distance. Countless frustrated drivers were stuck in traffic. Oz had passed by many people on his way here, and all of them were panicking and desperate. Construction workers had no reason to visit the crater anymore, and the veil of silence hanging over it was at odds with the chaos outside. Looking up, he saw trails left by fighter jets. Oh yeah, I definitely would not have stuck an Okabe in there if it was not for the urging by a certain someone. Oz could tell just by listening that the situation in Odaiba was bad. It was far from here, but he could easily hear the intense noise of combat coming from that direction. Fully composed, he reflected on how it felt to be experiencing the end of the world. It was all just digital data, after all. Everything, even his own feelings, had been composed by someone else. It was the thought of this that had driven him to despair.
Found you.
It was Kaoru Semezu. He was panting heavily. The man must have been running around searching for him.
Sure the chief of the CCO should be wasting time in a place like this?
I'll have you know I was effectively suspended after the pool hack.
Where's No-No?
Yeah, definitely don't look at any time Momo is on screen. Definitely don't look at that.
She's resting in that car I parked over there. She was really worried about you too. At any rate, perhaps you could lend us a hand? We need your skills as a former astronaut.
Lend you a hand, huh? Think I'm gonna do that? The way I am now?
You don't appear to have your hands full.
Sure don't. I'm just sitting here being melancholic. I found out that the universe I'd spent all this time looking up to was make-believe. Someone made it up. Talk about a punch in the gut. What's the point of living in an artificial world? Even if we do what we can to survive, it's all gonna end in a week anyway, right? And what are the us above gonna do? Nothing. Just mess around. They might not look at our data at all. That's why there's no point in this world.
So those are your grounds for giving up on life? Please don't say such things. You sound like a mopey teenager.
It doesn't count as moping if I'm right? You heard what Cicada said, didn't you?
Oz, mankind's imagination knows no limits. It's strong enough to overcome even fate. And as we speak, many people are fighting desperately against that fate.
I stood up and walked over to Kaoru.
Even the impulses of your soul are artificial. You're being fooled into thinking you can do something about all this.
That will only be true if we fail. If we can prove that we're masters of our fate, then our world won't be artificial anymore.
This world ain't designed for you to succeed. It's a simulation through and through. Quit dancing in the palms of their hands!
The very designs of the world are already falling apart. You saw what Asuma Soga did. Are you gonna tell me that stuff was by the book? That it followed our creator's rules?
Kaoru grabbed Oz by the chest and pulled him close. Usually a composed man, such a gesture was unlike Kaoru.
There's no better time to dance than now! Right now, you're more pathetic than Asuma Soga! Sure, he's crying his heart out and throwing a fit, but at least he's got the guts to destroy the world that's forsaken him!
That's one way to put it, I guess.
What about you? Are you really going to sit here and do nothing? If everything's meaningless, then there's as much meaning in trying to save it all as there is in giving it up.
I like that attitude. That's the sort of shit I often think about, of like, whenever there's something where it's like, why do you try? There's no point. It's like, well, if there's no point in trying, then there's also no point in not trying. So I'm gonna do what I want. I like that. I like that reasoning.
I say we dance. I say we dance hard. Please. Let's show the children that our world is neither fake nor artificial. That's what adults are supposed to do, right?
That idea only worked when we bought into the lie that ours was the only world.
I dance!
The real end will only come when we deny our own souls.
I like have never been so invested in Kaoru. Like he's me right now. I love this. I really hope he gets through to Oz, because come on, Oz.
In other words, now's the time to believe our souls are real and do something about all this.
You're making it less dramatic than it is, goddammit. Seriously, yeah, Kaoru's the man.
I am the captain of my soul, and you of yours. We will prove that.
That's part of the thing in the robotics notes logo.
The most important thing is what you decide for yourself, right?
The random things that stick in my brain.
Never thought I'd hear you come out with something that childish at your age. Feels like old times.
Yeah. Yeah. Oz looked into the distance and sighed. The breakwater was completely destroyed. It was even worse than when Momo and I had reached Odaiba. The clash between Asuma and the army had been so intense that giant waves had formed. I felt like they'd sweep me away if I got too close. Places that had been fine before dawn were now underwater, and it was hard to get anywhere without getting soaked. I almost said unsoaked. That doesn't make any sense. But we ignored how drenched we were and walked ahead. I heard explosions above. I'd lost count of them at this point. Drones were going down one after another. Smoke from explosions had filled the air overhead. Large pillars of water rose from the sea. They moved as if they had a mind of their own, attacking the coming drones.
Hold on. Look!
Holy shit! Deep Impact was the Deep State's plan all along. What? The Georgia Guidestones will come to fruition? Human population will be reduced to 500 million. So it's just like a list of conspiracy theories. Okay, hold on. Deep State? That sounds familiar. Deep State. A conspiracy theory regarding the US government claims that the people with the actual political power are neither the president nor the members of Congress, but individuals or groups that control them from the shadows. Just secret society conspiracy theories. Gotcha. Georgia Guidestones. A monument built in Georgia, USA in 1980. Contained 10 commandments written in 8 languages and was the subject of various conspiracy theories and speculation. The first commandment was, maintain humanity under 500 million in perpetual balance with nature. The 8 languages it used were English, Spanish, Swahili, Hindi, Hebrew, Arabic, Chinese, and Russian. Interesting. Okay. Dense. Alright. So, yeah, people are going nuts about conspiracy theories. I'm not surprised by that. Momo pointed at a deck some distance from the shore of Odaiba. I saw a familiar boat there, the one we'd used to get here from Umi no Mori. It had been split in half.
Damn it. We can't use that.
This would cost us some time. We had to hurry up and find another way.
Cross, how are things at your end?
Oh,
no good.
Shit.
I can't get through to him.
We're just straight up cut off. The network disturbance was only getting worse. I had no idea what was going on, so the best thing I could do was focus on getting us out of here. Could we find another boat amidst the chaos? Honestly, taking a boat out onto Tokyo Bay seemed like a lot like suicide at this point. Yeah, I ain't going fucking near that water. That's crazy. Another explosion? The shockwave shook the air. I looked up.
It's falling this way!
The downed fighter spewed smoke and fire as it hurtled toward us at breakneck speed. We'd be dead in an instant if that thing landed on us.
Run!
I screamed at Momo. I tried to run as quickly as I could, but the drag of the water around my legs kept me from getting any traction.
Damn it!
Debris rained down endlessly around me. I'd die if a single piece hit me. The fighter itself was getting closer and closer, like it was heading straight for us. No. It was gonna crash into us. Should I load?
Yeah, I get it.
Okay. Yeah. It's like, this seems pretty bad. Now's not the time to be scared about using it. It makes no damn sense not to. I sure don't want to get murdered by a piece of airplane debris. There.
Momo, stop!
We were walking to the breakwater.
The boat's wrecked. Let's go by land.
Huh? Okay.
Momo instantly agreed. She must have realized I loaded.
It'll take longer, but let's use the tunnel.
Odaiba was destroyed, along with the bridges leading to Umi no Mori and Ariake. The area leading to Ariake was especially bad. The landscape itself had changed, and it didn't look like we could make it there on foot. Yeah, we're lucky at this point. People are just accepting that, oh, yeah, he must have come from the future. We're good. Don't have to think about it. But maybe the tunnels were still intact? 2 tunnels led to Odaiba. The Shudo Expressway's Tokyo Harbor Tunnel to Oi, and the Route 2 tunnel connecting to Umi no Mori Park. The latter had collapsed, though. We saw on the way here. That was why we had to use the Tokyo Harbor Tunnel. Huh? Thankfully, it was still structurally sound. There were some crashed and burning cars here and there, but nothing impassable. I looked up to see a chopper flying overhead. Was that one here to attack Asuma too? The road inside the tunnel was a real mess. Cracks on the walls were leaking water, and vibrations strong enough they passed for earthquakes kept shaking the place. It could fall apart at any moment. Still, this was our only choice.
Let's go.
Momo strolled into the tunnel without a moment's hesitation. Momo's a badass at this point. I followed after her, watching my step. Yeah. The tunnel was about 1.3 kilometers long. Once we were through, we'd be out of Odaiba. Hoping that Cross and the gang were doing okay, we made our way through the tunnel. Yeah, just gotta be careful not to use it too many times in a row or go too far back. It seems to be the trick. The road inside the tunnel suddenly began to shake so hard I could barely stand. There was intense rumbling ahead.
Hold on! Look!
Water. Is this tunnel collapsing too?
Mama, run! Shit,
nope.
shit!
Okay. We spun around and sprinted back as fast as we could. But the water was faster. It caught up to us. Now? I was about to say, like, can we... This seems like a time. We were right in front of the tunnel. There was no sign of the water yet.
Let's go.
Wait.
Let's not.
Huh?
This tunnel's dangerous.
I looked up at the sky. A chopper was making circles up there. Thinking back, the drones Kent used to attack Asuma were all UAVs. I hadn't seen a single chopper there. Why was this one here then?
Hey.
Oh, hello. I was not expecting to see you here. Alright, are we on the same side now? I hope we're on the same side now. I see no reason for you to be antagonistic right now. This was the first time I saw a living human being besides Momo and Asuma since we'd arrived at Odaiba.
Tatted Baldy Builder!
He has a name, Bolon.
What?
Oh, wait, that wasn't his name. Wow, he really thought that was his name.
Graham Kingley, you're alive?
And he was here in Odaiba?
But why?
I was pretty sure he was at the Guy Institution last night.
Asuma's transformation is partially my responsibility. You want to arouse my suspicions, but I wasn't able to deal with them fast enough. I have to stop Asuma myself.
Imagine that's the ultimate, like, that's how we save the day. We just give Asuma a fucking teddy bear and call it a day. I wouldn't mind being, like, bros with Graham. He's been a real asshole so far, but at this point it does seem like we're on the same side. Neither of us want to, the world to fucking end. The chopper overhead flew down toward us. So it wasn't a drone?
Did you call it down?
Graham didn't deny it.
You're gonna fight him in that chopper?
That's true.
Don't you see what's happening there?
I'm a soldier. It's something I gotta do.
Okay, but could you drop us off first? Could you imagine if that's... Please tell me that's where this is going. He's gonna be like, can we hitch a ride and could you drop us off? He was determined to take on Asuma, even if all he had was this chopper. I wouldn't let him though.
Hold on, let's get him to take us.
Oh my god,
We should.
I stopped Graham.
I want you to do something for us.
I have no obligation to help you.
You want to help Asuma, right? Don't force him to kill anyone else. Asuma created the asteroid, and if it falls, it's gonna kill more people than the Sad Morning. Right now, we're doing what we can to stop it. Please help us. All you have to do is take us to Nakano.
Stop an asteroid? There's no way you can...
Yes, he can. Holon can do it. He can do it if he uses the thing his father left behind.
Momo.
Momo. Yeah, I could do this. I had to believe I could.
Come on, Graham. You know I've made it through some pretty insane situations. Going there to get yourself killed won't help Asuma. You're just trying to find a way to go out on your own terms. But we might still be able to help him. And the world. So help us out.
No, you are wrong! Liddy is the best.
Please!
Listen, we can respect each other's difference in opinion, even though you're wrong. Momo and I both bowed our heads. The wind and noise were intense. Momo and I struggled to stay upright. The chopper landed, and the soldier showed himself. And banned. No, I'm just kidding.
Major! This place is dangerous!
Police girl.
Stay inside!
I mean, there's 3 of those. Are you referring to all of them, or specifically? I think her name is Bombi, is the main one. Are you talking about the orange one, the blue one, or the purple one? Couples. Now, honestly, I'm kind of torn specifically between Rosario and Liddy, but I'm leaning towards Liddy just because she's fun. Yeah, that's Bombi. What is it? Bombi, Rico, and I literally forgot the purple one's name. I'm not even gonna try. The purple one. Bombi, Rico, and the purple one.
Graham!
Come on, Graham. Iroha, thank you. Somebody remembered it. I shouted, and our eyes met.
Get in. It's gonna be a bumpy ride. We're going through a battlefield.
That's fine by me. Take the shortest route.
Let's go. Ah, that makes sense. The chopper hovered upwards.
Change of plans.
That's a good question.
Take us to Nakano.
They what was the last thing they did? I'm trying to think. What was the last thing? Where was the last time we saw the couples? I think it was at the end of the I forgot the name of the quest. The thing where people were the pool hack. Yeah, where the people were jumping off buildings. They helped with the end of that, and then they just disappeared. Yeah, we have not seen them since.
Roger that. Heading to Nakano.
What is that?
Tragic society in disarray. Oh god, I already missed it. I gotta wait for it to. All right, gotta wait for this to go around the horn. Tragic. With society in disarray, riots are happening all over the world. People waiting for the asteroid and the end are getting riled up too. Dark international news. Well, that's comforting. Yeah. Momo was looking outside. She was at a loss for words. I followed her gaze and my jaw dropped. The combat was ongoing. The sky above Shibara was filled with smoke from the explosions. Through the smoke, I could make out a bunch of floating buildings. They looked like high-rises from Tamachi or Hamamatsu. The sight was like an illusion or a mirage. But it was very real. Several huge buildings had been plucked from the surface, lifted into the skies, and spun slowly in place. The buildings seamlessly transformed again and again as they intercepted the oncoming drones or consumed them entirely. Between the buildings and the pillars of water, the UAVs didn't stand a chance. And that wasn't all. The countless cars hurtling through the air had formed a vortex. Each of the vehicles moved as if it had a mind of its own. They decimated the drones. Kent was probably sending everything he could, but witnessing this, I felt like the army was going to run out of drones before Asuma was dead. Suddenly, the chopper began to spin. Oh, that's not good. I was thrown around inside and almost hit my head.
What's happening?
We've lost control!
The AI can't regulate our altitude anymore.
Oh,
it's
shit.
ignoring the routes I'm putting in.
Can you not fly this thing manually?
The HEM 122 lock is gone.
I think it's gonna be that easy.
You're gonna lose control of the system!
Turn off the autopilot. Fly it manually.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Switching to manual control. It's not working, sir.
I swear, like every time there's one of these situations where it's like, switch off the autopilot, do it manually. Oh, the autopilot won't let us. Why did you let it? Why did you give it that possibility? Like, the whole point of that's crazy. That's what happens when you make everything digital. Computers are gonna take over. The chopper turned around and changed direction. It was heading toward the floating buildings.
We're being taken straight to Asuma.
Oh shit. At this rate, he'd just shoot us down.
I can't control it.
I'll use it if I need to.
Nope.
Turn off all systems.
I can't.
I certainly hope we're not stuck in another loop.
Hold on, look!
This doesn't feel super loopy yet, but it could be. I looked outside again and saw 3 giant pillars of water around the chopper.
Shit.
We were surrounded.
Damn it.
The pillars twisted like snakes, then closed in on us. They could easily crush the chopper with us inside. Thank you. He doesn't even say anything anymore. He's just like, all right, yep, time to load. Like, it feels like we're getting closer. You know, we're not going back to the start every time. We're making progress. The next thing I knew, I was going up in the chopper again.
Change of plans. I'm calling off the attack.
Switch to manual, please.
Roger that. Heading to Nakano.
Graham, turn off the autopilot. You're gonna lose control of this thing.
Let me take control.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm surprised Graham, like he doesn't know about the, actually, I think does he know about this by now? He might. As to whether or not he believes it is another question, but.
Disengaging autopilot.
Surprised he just went with it.
Listen up. If you want to survive this flight, you better sit down, buckle up, and hold on.
Momo and I nodded. More drones were being shot out of the sky outside. I felt shockwaves from the blasts rattling the chopper, and saw the columns of water still writhing out from between the waves. Yeah.
Don't get surrounded.
Shut it.
One of the pillars came close. It whipped in our direction, slightly grazing the hull. The chopper lost altitude after the jolt, and for a moment, I felt like myself floating. Seconds later, I thudded back down, though.
You okay?
Yes!
The chopper was spinning wildly.
I'm gonna recover. Back me up.
Roger that.
Momo and I could do nothing but cling to our seats as the chopper juddered harshly. Graham and the pilot both took the control column and pulled it back as hard as they could.
Raise the nose!
We were approaching the surface of the water. Moments before smashing into the bay, the chopper stabilized. We were horizontal again. A second later, another pillar burst out of the water immediately in front of us.
Test me!
The chopper turned sideways. Dude, Graham is a fucking unleashed the Kraken. Graham's kinda killing it. He's badass. Like, he's been antagonistic so like the whole time so far, but now that he's on our side, he's kinda sick. The sudden movement was so intense I felt like I was inside a blender. Slamming into the inside of the fuselage over and over, I clenched my teeth to bear the pain. Still biting down, I looked outside the window and realized we were no longer over the sea. We'd entered a residential area.
We got through?
Looked like Shibura was below us. Shibara? Shibara sounds, I don't fucking know. The floating buildings were shrinking into the horizon.
Mr. Graham, what's that sound?
It only just made it out of a crazy maelstrom. but a weird sound had me uneasy again.
Bad. The chopper's damaged. It's gonna struggle to stay in the air.
Yeah. He started losing altitude again. Yeah, he had that. There was that one point where he was like, you know, he was he had that internal conflict about having orders to literally murder a child, and he was like, that doesn't seem right. So at the very least, we know he doesn't like the idea of murdering children, and I feel like that's a bare minimum, you know.
We gotta do an emergency landing.
No! It just needs to take us to Nakano. Keep it going.
You dumbass, we could fall out of the sky any second.
The fate of the world depends on us getting to Nakano. Insane times call for insane behavior.
Don't blame me when we crash and burn.
Buddy, this was a suicide mission from the get-go. Just keep the ground away from us a little longer.
I cried out as I gripped desperately onto the chopper's seat in an attempt to keep Momo safe and secure. Our altitude was all over the place, but we stayed airborne as we flew over the Shinjuku crater. Nakano was close. I could only hope we'd make it all the way. I also hope we make it all the way.
Keep us high.
I can't! We're losing power!
Chopper was in a spin. Momo and I were basically crawling on the floor, trying not to get flung out around the cabin.
I'm going for an emergency landing.
Prove me wrong, yeah. Let's not loop it. But where were we? What were we gonna crash into? My place had to be close now.
It's a school! Go for the yard!
Prepare for impact. Brace yourselves!
I held Momo's body and braced. Are we good? Please be good.
You guys okay?
Yeah, I think so. Nice flying.
Honestly, I couldn't believe I still had all my limbs. I crawled out of the crashed, tilting chopper. I had to run the rest of the way, and right now. But the moment I looked up...
You're still struggling in vain?
Oh, hello. I wasn't expecting you to be here right now.
Why? Why aren't you giving up? Do you enjoy pissing me off? Does it make you happy?
Did you pop up here just to ask that shit? If you're gonna do that, then just delete the damn asteroid!
As if I'd do as you told me. You're always crawling and buzzing around. Man, you're annoying. You're really getting on my nerves. You don't know when to quit.
Listen, I respect the priorities, I will say.
How many times do I have to tell people to stay out of my way?
Out of nowhere, an intense shockwave smashed into me.
Momo!
I tried to grab hold of her. Before my hands could reach her, I was sent flying and slammed into the wall of the school. I felt my bones creaking. My body hurt so bad I couldn't get up. Is this
I'll use it if I need to.
Okay. Momo had collapsed. She'd been thrown into a wall too.
Momo!
Right, yeah. She was coughing up blood, but at least she was alive. The shockwave had even exploded our chopper. Where were Graham and the pilot? Had they gotten out okay? I shook my head. I couldn't afford to worry about them right now. I'm not here to mess with Asuma. I have to get past him and make it home somehow. The flashbacks still scare me, but I have to load. Okay.
Yeah.
If you insist. You're not supposed to be in this screen, my guy.
So this is how you predict the future.
This isn't good.
What?
Oh, fuck. Asuma appeared instantly in front of me.
You know what? I'm deleting it.
No! I need that!
Hey, what are you doing? Stop it!
It just corrupted all my saves! Not my saves, Polon saves, but still, what the—
This should do it. Maybe now you'll get it through your thick skull. How meaningless everything is!
It was slipping through my fingers. I was powerless. I couldn't stop it fading.
Stop!
Asuma!
I heard a gunshot. Graham had fired at Asuma. The bullet didn't connect though. Asuma himself had already vanished, like he was never there.
Shit. God damn it. What the fuck did you do? Fuck.
That's—
Fuck!
Shh, he deleted all the fucking saves. Holy shit.
What's wrong?
My saves. They're all gone.
I was not expecting that. What the fuck?
What the hell? I can't make new saves either. This means I can't save or load anymore.
Well, shit.
He literally disabled me. I can't do shit.
Hey!
Graham grabbed me by my clothes.
No idea what any of that means, but you have something more important to do than mope around here, don't you?
Hold on.
Momo had stood up despite her wounds. She was holding my hand. Blood trailed from the corner of her mouth. She must have been hurting all over. Yeah, it's... Now we're just a regular guy. But I saw a strong will in her eyes. A light that wouldn't go out without a fight.
We need to go.
Fuck yeah, Momo. Limbs deleted? Powerless? As if. I still had something. Fuck yeah, Bolon!
You're a fast learner, son. Maybe you're on your way to becoming a wizard.
I had the programming knowledge my dad taught me. My skills as a hacker. Fuck yes! Graham let go of me and slapped my back.
Move! Got it!
I broke into a run. Asuma was ignoring me, so this was my chance. Enduring the pain that was racking my body, I somehow made it all the way home.
Cross!
Oh, Liddy here in person? I burst through the door to find not only Cross, but Miss Lid and Wind there too.
Polon, you're all right.
It's been too long.
Momo too. You actually made it in time. Wait, you both look awful.
We're okay.
You didn't load?
I can't load anymore. Asuma deleted all my saves.
He what?
Oh, I missed it. I'll wait for it to wrap around again.
I see. You did good making it here.
What's the situation?
The antenna's powered up and we're currently hacking into your dad's system.
Asteroid predicted to impact the Earth at 10:09. Please evacuate all seaside locations. Why? So we can die without a view? I get it, but like, yeah. If you're on a seaside location, you're fucked no matter what. You're not getting clear. I shot Cross a nod, then connected a keyboard to the PC and set about helping him.
Why are you two here?
The network disturbances are making communication tough, so we thought it better to be here just in case.
Hell yeah!
Makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Wynn's here to control OnWeb 0023's position. He said he likes video games, so I brought him along.
A retro joystick sat in front of Wind. So he was gonna use that to control the sat, huh?
I'm a gamer, but not like a pro gamer.
Come on, Wind, have faith in yourself. He was really tense. Two things had to be done. Sending commands to the Space Guard missiles would be simple as long as the channel was open. But positioning OnWeb 0023 so that it could open the comms channel required pro-level skill. We had to do that for 9 Space Guard missiles total, and the transmission timing for each of them was slightly different. This meant we needed both perfect timing and enough expertise to improvise. Wind was deathly pale. He was nothing like his usual self. You know who we need? We need a pro gamer. We need Kaito Yashio. Unfortunately, I don't think he's around, so we gotta settle for Wind.
You can do it, dude. Just keep telling yourself that.
Oh, okay.
He was shaking like crazy, but he nodded along anyway.
Miss Kumar, can you send me the control manual too? I want to learn it, just in case. I don't know if I'll be able to handle it, but still.
You won't be able to. Not with those injuries. If push comes to shove, I'll do it myself. You get some rest, okay?
Okay.
Hold on. The Estrella satellites are all set. Give it 15 or so minutes and they'll hit X-2038. We hacked into the Space Guard missiles too. We'll be able to control them now.
So all that was left was this, huh?
I've bypassed security. But wait, not yet.
We thought we finally made it through, but there was one more barrier. It's literally just the password. We literally just need his password.
This is...
Password input. An old and simple security measure.
A password, huh?
Oh my god, if it's Polon.
I'll look for a way around it. But it seems this layer of security was implemented recently.
Recently?
How?
How recently?
It was added within the last 3 years.
How? 3 years? BMI was commonplace 3 years ago. There was no reason to use a security measure as outdated as a password.
A QCDC could probably get past this in a second, but the comm situation put them all out of reach.
The city's internet infrastructure was basically on life support. That made connecting to QCDCs in the US tough.
Do you have an idea what the password could be?
Oh my god, if it's fucking Polon. If it's Polon with like the 9, the 0, the 1, and the 0 in the N. Like,
give me a moment to think.
That would be so funny and adorable. I couldn't load anymore. All I could do was guess the password my dad set up.
The time window during which we have to send the commands is 3 minutes away. We'll have 268 seconds once it starts.
By then, we had the chance we had to set up a channel to the OnWeb 0023, change the SAT's position, connect to the 9 missiles, and send them commands.
Wind, are you ready?
I'll try my best.
Oh, Wind. Wind's fingers were trembling. I could tell he was gonna give it his best shot, but he was so tense I couldn't help but worry. Miss Lid felt the same way.
I think I'll take over.
But...
Don't worry. It's not like I'm all brains and no guts.
Oh. Even as she talked the talk, her voice was shaking as much as her hands.
Liddy, you don't have to.
Karu?
We just got here.
Nice of you to make an appearance.
You wouldn't happen to have a pro gamer with you. It's... Dude, please give the controller to Nono. Give the controller to Nono. Mr. Samizu came in, followed by Nono and Oz.
You
Hell
guys
yeah.
don't know when to quit.
My boy, Oz!
Tengen!
I know what's going on and what I gotta do. Pass it over here, Liddy.
Alright, I'd give it to Oz. I still think it should go to Nono. That'd be the best.
All right. Right in the nick of time. Don't worry me like that.
God knows why I keep letting you guys take advantage of my soft side.
I guess you just don't know when to quit.
I guess I don't.
You good now, Oz?
You're in no position to worry about anyone else. Your voice is shaking.
Can you blame me?
He was right. I was trembling like crazy. I know Oz. Oz is the easy choice, but like, Nono's the funny choice. I still had the injuries Awesome had given me, and not being able to save or load anymore had me seriously spooked. I couldn't even type properly.
Hold on, there's no time.
I know.
Alright, password. I didn't know the password, but I couldn't just make random guesses.
Cross, how many do-overs do I get here?
2. Mess up 3 times and it'll lock up and ignore all further commands for some time.
Get psyched, kid. Remember the grit you had the first time we met?
Yeah. Gotta set the stage for you somehow, old man.
I looked around, but couldn't find anything that might have had the password on it, like a sticky note or something. I checked the drawers too. I found his employee ID card from his days at OnWeb. Looked like he kept it around to the end. I looked at the info on the card. First, I tried the employee number.
2 more tries.
So I needed to think outside the box, huh? I had to look back at the past. Focusing, I sorted through all my vague memories of Dad. What kind of stuff had he talked about? Did he ever say anything that could form a hint? My throat was dry. I wiped the sweat on my pants and put in the next password. How about this? It was the first letter of the town he lived in, followed by the year he moved here. Back when I was little, I heard he'd often used passwords like this.
Please.
Wrong again. A terrible thought crossed my mind. What if this password was an AI-generated mess of letters and numbers? I had no chance of guessing something like that. I'd blow the last guess, and we wouldn't be able to stop the asteroid.
Are you sure you can't load anymore?
Yeah.
I sure would love to.
I'm sure.
Can I pull up the...
I only have one try now. I want you to watch me.
Yeah, you can't even pull up the thing. My saves were all gone. Well, there was that weird save that had been there since the start, but it seemed too risky to try that out. Dude, I said at the beginning, I said this whole story is gonna culminate. It's all gonna come to that one weird save, the one corrupted save. Literally the save that you have to load to start a new game. I'm telling you, I'm still waiting for it.
Okay, calm down. Don't get worked up.
That is like the ultimate like culmination of this story is gonna be that fucking save. That didn't help at all. My hands couldn't stop shaking. My chest was pounding so much it hurt. I still remember how fucking confused I was. Literally starting the game, I was so like, there's no new game option. I don't understand. Why is there no new game option? And it took, I was like, what? I could barely breathe.
It's time! The commands have to be sent within the next 268 seconds.
Oh boy. Pull on! But the more everyone pressured me, the emptier my head got. I had one chance left. What could I do? I couldn't think of anything else. I didn't know my dad that well. Shit. I'd come so far, but suddenly Oz hit me on the shoulder. The pain almost made me cough.
Deep breaths. You're not seeing the bigger picture, kid. Look around you.
Around me.
I looked around the room. This was where I'd lived since I was little. The place where I'd lived with Dad. I had memories of us here, together. They came back to me.
Hackers are wizards.
My dad's favorite saying, His motto. Something he always said to me when I was a kid. It was like his legacy imprinted onto my mind.
180 seconds.
Hold on. Hold on.
Hold on.
On. If that's the fucking password. I couldn't think of anything else. Would it really work though? Wasn't it just some answer I'd cooked up out of desperation? Is this the best I could come up with? What if it was wrong? I had no more retries. The lives of hundreds of millions depended on this. Did it matter that the world was digital? People would still die. I froze, too hesitant to press enter.
Hold on.
Momo's gonna press enter.
Make up your mind and rush in there.
That's your old man's motto right there.
Yeah, that's right.
I had to make up my mind. I had to believe in myself. And believe in Dad, too. Enter. Yeah!
I'm in!
Yes!
Oz!
You sure took your
Oh,
sweet
sick
time.
music. Oz put on some ancient-looking VR goggles and began moving the joystick. This track is so, like, I can't get over how insanely good this track is. It's so good.
Oz,
Tengen.
why the hell do you all sound so worried? Show this old-timer some respect.
Oz, my man. He was so calm. He did what he had to do without a single hiccup.
Sending commands. And sent. Looks like they're all on a collision course with X-2038.
We did it.
There's nothing more we can do here. Whatever will be, will be.
Oz lay down right where he was. He looked tired as hell. It wasn't my turn to relax yet, though. Even if there was nothing else I could do, I had to see for myself whether we'd pulled this thing off. Seriously. I, like, the entire science adventure, like, OST is amazing. We stood near the Sun Plaza and waited for the time to come. All around us were people who looked like they'd given up on running away. They were gazing up at the sky with despair in their eyes. Like, I mean, what else are you gonna do?
It's gonna work.
Like, run away to where? Like, genuinely.
The Astraea Sats collided with X-2038 20 minutes ago. That part was pretty much perfect. I'm sure the Space Guard missiles are going to hit too.
They were set to reach the asteroid when it was about 30 minutes from Earth, or about 30,000 kilometers away. I didn't know if it was going to be visible to the naked eye, but even so, I gulped and looked up to the sky. Suddenly...
That's X-2038.
It was just a white dot in the sky, but even from here, I could tell it was no regular star. And if it wasn't stopped, it was going to crash into the Pacific in 30 minutes. There was no way for me to redo any of this. We were about to see if all our efforts had paid off. Cross, Wind, Miss Lid, Mr. Semezu, No, even Oz, who they'd dragged into this mess. Graham, who'd been standing outside my house. Momo, who was still injured and struggled to walk. Everyone was looking up at the sky.
It's okay.
I'm really tense right now. Like,
There's nothing to worry about.
I don't know, man. I'm pretty worried, but I believe. She whispered like she was trying to convince herself.
Polan was incredible. Everyone was. They all came through. I'm sure it'll all work out.
20 seconds until the Space Guard missiles make contact with X-2038.
Please hit.
Hit! Hit!
Just hit already!
Hit! Hit the damn thing!
5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hit! Break that thing apart!
It was as if my voice had reached it. A bright light filled the sky of the winter morning. The people around us looked up in shock and confusion. Was that light the world ending? Or... The light subsided, and the scenery we saw, the thing we saw when we looked up, I couldn't help but laugh. I'd only just made it out, but I'd actually seen it. I'd seen the asteroid explode and splinter into little pieces.
It worked. It really worked!
Yeah!
Yeah. We did it.
We had one chance, and one had been enough. No redos, no problem. Momo teared up as my eyes met hers. We looked to each other. Standing in front of everyone who'd helped, I threw my fist in the air.
Hackers are wizards!
Yeah!
We make the impossible possible!
Hold on!
No, dude, don't say that! Oh my god, could you imagine? Hey, good job, guys. Anyways. That sent me, dude. Miss Lid and No both grabbed me.
Taco!
Win, my boy!
You're heckin' awesome! All of you are awesome!
Even Win joined them. He was so hyped it was impossible to tell he'd been cowering moments ago. But we were the only ones in high spirits. Some of the people nearby had cheered a little, but they got exhausted and fell into despair again straight away. Right. Things weren't over yet. We prevented the asteroid impact, but the Pope had declared that the world would end in a few days. And again, that was a job for Kent, so... Oh, hi, Juno. How long have you been there? I suddenly noticed that Juno was here.
Juno, are you alright now?
Fuck off, Juno. How long had she been here? I glanced at her injury. It looked like she'd been treated. She must have found a hospital. Her expression was blank. Yo, did Kent get got? Then she began crying her eyes out.
Kent, my brother, my dearest brother, my brother, no, not my brother, not Kent, not him.
It's sounding like Kent got.
Hey, what's wrong?
What's wrong? You're wondering what's wrong? Well, you were wasting time on that asteroid.
The asteroid that would have killed Kent too.
He was deleted.
Oh.
My beautiful brother was deleted by Asuma Soga.
Huh?
What did she just say?
He's deleted my brother. All trace of him has vanished from the world.
What are you talking about?
He doesn't exist anymore. Kent, my brother, he's gone.
Our joy quickly turned to despair. We'd lost our only hope of saving the world. Son of a bitch! Do I call it? I think I call it just because chapter. That's fucking... Okay, so the thing with, he can just delete people. He can just be like, no, I don't think I want you to exist anymore. Like, I know he can kill people, like pop them like a fucking balloon. Long story. All right, yeah, I can go for a couple hours, yeah. But like, he can just delete people. That's crazy. Like, he clearly doesn't remove them from like the space-time. Whoops, the space-time continuum or anything, because she remembers him. But like, that's fucking crazy. And I'm good. I'll keep going. I mean, I don't really need a break right now. I'm gonna be honest. I kind of want to just keep going. An interlude. I think I'm just gonna keep going. I mean, my computer. Yeah, my computer's doing great. You're doing a bang up job, old chum, computer chum. All right. Under heavy fire, Asuma had flown into the sky. Floating above the Shinjuku crater, he looked down and clicked his tongue. He didn't like that Graham had shot him while he was cornering Polon Takaoka. Graham's bullet would never have hit Asuma. It would have automatically stopped before it so much as grazed his body. Asuma was irritated purely because he'd had to rely on his reflexes to evade it.
Huh?
Asuma suddenly began to break apart at the particle level. What? His body, completely untouched by the overwhelming amount of drone firepower, was shining as it split apart. It looked akin to magic, but Asuma realized immediately that this too was an attack on him. This meant there was still someone out there with the means to attack him. And Asuma quickly realized this person was the wizard-level hacker, Cicada 3301, aka Kent Korihisa.
Damn you!
Asuma halted the attack. Just before it disappeared altogether, his body, or rather his data, reconstructed automatically. All he'd done was wish for it to. Dude, this is some OP shit, I'm gonna be honest. Can someone fucking nerf Asuma, please? This is ridiculous. The light consuming him vanished, and he was in perfect health again.
You're annoying. You're really pissing me off, Kent Korihisa!
The moment Asuma growled these words, Amadeus Kent appeared before him. It was clear from Kent's expression that he hadn't intended to make such an appearance.
Why don't you get it? Right now, in this world, I can do anything I like. I can even summon you before me.
That power you wield is not yours.
This is bonkers.
I know that. And what of it?
That's a good question. Like, I assume there's some kind of, like, I'm trying to think of the word. Some kind of dissonance, because like his whole thing is he's not doing anything. He's basically communicating with the version of himself on a level higher, and that version is altering the parameters of this version of reality. And so, yeah, I'm wondering if him holding back is just like, maybe they have disagreements. Maybe like there's things he wants to do, but this one is like, let's not do that. That's my guess. But yeah, I have no idea.
You do realize that those of you trying to protect the world are an absolute minority, don't you? The overwhelming majority wants only to be freed from the shitty world. Why not respect the will of the people? And respect my will, too. You're going to these lengths for yourself alone, and it's completely pointless.
Yeah.
It pisses me off that you think you're in the right.
Be that as it may, I will not give up on saving the entire world. All existing world layers, and all the people living within them. The last 25 years have brought me to this decision.
Then save me too! Why are you trying to kill me? This is why the whole simulation is trash!
Man, it's shit like that, like, that I still feel bad for this kid. Even after all this, I still, like, there's still a part of me that feels bad for this kid. And it's shit like that. That little, like, then save me too. Like at his core, he literally just he wants to hope, but he can't. And so he wants everyone else to be as hopeless as he is. And it sucks. Yeah, and it just heartbreaking, man.
Just disappear already!
This poor kid just needs a fucking hug. I think we're well past a hug, though. The white noise of static interference suddenly began crawling all over Kent's body. In a moment, he was the one consumed by light. And in another moment, he disassembled entirely. Fragments of light floated around for a few seconds, but soon those too vanished as if they had never been. Well, he deleted. I mean, I guess it makes sense if, like, it was. The phrase deleted really fucked me up, but I guess this was technically it. I mean, I guess they're all digital, so it's just fucking with my brain. I'm like, well, it's Amadeus, so that means he's digital, but now we know that everything is digital, so like, what does digital even mean anymore? Asuma had completely deleted Kent Korihisa, and it wasn't just this body he deleted. He had deleted Amadeus Kent Korihisa's data in its entirety. Data that once spread all over the world was now gone without a trace. He hadn't neglected to delete the original Kent's data either, nor the Amadeus system offshoot Kent had built. Kent was gone, and he could never come back. Normally, it was impossible to delete data without leaving a single byte of information behind. But as he was now, Asuma could accomplish that feat without any trouble. If he wanted to, he could delete the very memories of Kent Korihisa and Cicada 3301 from the minds of everyone who knew of them.
I told you, in this world, I can do anything.
But he just didn't feel like it?
You should thank me. I freed you from a 25-year curse.
Now Asuma could finally end the world. The asteroid he'd created would collide with Earth in half an hour. Yeah, that was something that confused me for a second, but at a certain point I just stopped questioning it. Yeah, like once everyone became aware that the world itself was digital, he just started showing up in person, which, yeah. It would instantly kill hundreds of millions. He looked up at the sky.
What?
And was left speechless. The asteroid was hurtling closer, but as it did, it was pierced by a few small lights. And the sky was drowned in light. Asuma knew instinctively that the asteroid had been destroyed. The world would not end at his hands. The future had been changed.
Who did this?
You know who did it. He yelled in outrage, but he already had an inkling as to who was responsible.
It was you, wasn't it? Lucia, you and Pull-on Takaoka!
I mean, that really is the thing. Like, if it was just about destroying the world, he doesn't have to make a fucking asteroid. Also, hello, we're back to, finally, the fucking couples. He doesn't have to go through the process of making a fucking asteroid. He could just snap his fingers and pop the world like a balloon. But it's not about destroying the world. It's about the people. He wants to make the people tremble in fear and know what he did. So, which, again, ow my heart. Yeah. The CCO office, which was usually at least somewhat lively, was totally silent today. Being alone in this empty office made me feel a bit uncomfortable. The door swung suddenly open, and Chief Samezu walked in.
Oh, Chief.
It's really his turn, right? His eyes widened in surprise when he saw me.
You're here already?
Oh, yeah. It was surprisingly simple. The roads were empty. You'd never know about all the panicking this morning.
Yes,
I noticed that myself.
The explosions in Uminomori and Odaiba, the drones that ran amok, the asteroid that almost hit the planet. So many things had happened in such a short time, but as CCO officers, we were completely powerless to stop any of them. The chief had been suspended after the pool hack, and it was hard to tell who was in charge of who anymore. The situation had blown up into such a large-scale crisis that we couldn't have done anything about it if we'd wanted to. If the asteroid had fallen, Tokyo would have been destroyed. That was why, until now, I'd been at home with Riko and Iroha. We'd been sitting together, shaking, as we waited for the asteroid to arrive. Well, that explains where they were. But the asteroid had suddenly exploded before impact. And I was still alive somehow. That was when the chief called us. He told anyone who could work today to come into the office. I hadn't been informed about his suspension being lifted, so I assumed he was planning something himself. When I saw the message, though, I couldn't ignore it. I rushed to the office right away. Riko and Iroha said they'd catch up with me after they got changed into their uniforms.
Shouldn't you be back with your parents?
That's out of the question at the moment. The highways are gridlocked, and neither Maglev's nor the bullet train are operating.
It's true. When X-2038 was on a collision course with Earth, countless people had tried to evacuate, even while knowing there was no way out. The roads had ended up an absolute mess, with almost everybody in a desperate rush to evacuate. Evacuating was the right decision, though, in a way. Experts predicted that the asteroid would cause a tsunami over 100 meters tall. But it had broken apart, and its fragments were expected to cause much less damage. The news said that there would be far fewer casualties now.
Chief? Would I be correct in assuming that Polon was somehow involved in the asteroid's explosion?
Is he ever not involved in anything?
You would.
Whoa.
I couldn't put my finger on why, but I'd had a feeling he'd done something.
He's really something else. Were you involved too?
No, I'm an independent party in all this.
But you know something, right? The asteroid incident may be over now, but we're still in a crisis. This whole thing about the end, is it really true?
Apparently so.
I knew it. So, how's the world coping?
I'd seen the Pope's speech. Honestly, I didn't know what that was about, but it made me feel massively anxious.
Everyone is convinced that the end of the world is near. And word spreading around the globe that our world is actually fake. That it's artificial.
That this world is an Earth simulation. All digital. Is that true as well?
It's a notion hard to deny after witnessing what happened between Asuma Soga and the army.
Yeah.
It was streamed to the entire world. Billions watched that battle unfold live. The Pope didn't include that artificial world detail in his speech, though. Most world leaders have expressed confusion at what he said. The US president is the only exception. He agrees with the Pope.
Did we find the Prime Minister?
No. Chances are he didn't survive. Judging by foreign social media and the like, it looks like most people have accepted the statement as truth. It also appears that pious people who truly believe in God have fallen the deepest into despair.
Huh? Why are people in other countries so much more depressed?
We're talking about countries with far higher populations of religious people than Japan. If the world is an Earth simulation, then God would have to be its developer, or Gaia itself. Neither of those is anything like the God they believed in. God turned out to be nothing more than an AI, or another person at best.
I mean, I'm sure that would be the reaction of a lot of people. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like most people, depending on the level of religiosity, they'd probably just be like, "You're lying." Like they just pretend it's not true. Like,
for anyone who found solace in the existence of God, a revelation like that is akin to an outright denial of their life's meaning. The despair is spreading to the extent that people around the world are committing suicide en masse.
That's rough.
This is an AI estimate, but it's possible that the number already exceeds 100,000 deaths.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would, you know, understand the reality of the situation, but the ability of people to deny is pretty powerful. I would give examples, but like I said earlier, I've reached my limit on political things today.
What?
That many already? But the Pope's speech wasn't even that long ago.
The number will surely increase as time passes. We could end up with a figure a dozen times larger.
That being said, a lot of this would probably happen too. To give example, we all know. It's true.
I had no idea that was happening.
Only half a day has passed, but already the world's economies have shut down and order is crumbling. People are split between two extremes. They're choosing either to go outside and throw caution to the wind, or to lock themselves in and wait for the end. Burglaries, murders, rapes, and other crimes are bound to occur. And since police will soon stop functioning, said crimes will go unchecked. Odds are that even the army will throw in the towel. Officers and soldiers are people too, after all, and none of them have any incentive to work anymore.
So things were just going to spiral further out of control over the next 10 days until the world ended. But after hearing about what Polon did,
That's exactly why we should do whatever we can to help whoever we can. I won't let some boy hacker out-assist me.
I really have come around on her. Like, she's great.
Chief, if you want me to, I'll sing for a week straight.
We don't need songs right now.
What? But what do you always say?
You're right. Idols make smiles.
Yeah, you were right all along.
And smiles make idols. With everything that's going on, this is what you're doing?
There's the theme music. We were joined mid-pep talk by several members of the CCO.
You're all fired up, aren't you?
I guess you could say that.
Surprisingly, besides us Cyberforce dolls, about 10 other people had come in. They were all checking everyone else was alright.
Thank you so much for your support.
The chief bowed deeply.
There's something I need all of you to do. We must locate information regarding World Line collapse that Cicada 3301 left somewhere out there.
I didn't really understand what the chief was talking about. Still.
This may well be our final task as Cyber Countermeasures Office. I'll be counting on you. And lastly...
He glanced at me.
Always remember to wear your cute smile.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
So he didn't really explain what Worldline collapse meant. My guess is that basically they're trying to make it so they're trying to align all the Earth simulators to exist on the same world line, right? Because right now it seems like they definitely don't. They're definitely all out of whack, and so basically they want to align. We want to align all the Earth simulators, all the seemingly infinite number of Earth simulators, onto the same world line, specifically a world line in which the year 2038 problem has been solved. Seems like a difficult task. If this was gonna make the world a better place, or help even a single person, I was ready to go above and beyond. Yeah, I've got no clue. I have no idea how they're gonna do that, but that's my guess as to what they're trying to do. Destroy the world line. I guess that's one way to do it.
Come on in.
Hey.
Fried garlic chives and liver, please.
Coming right up.
The world was about to end, so hardly any businesses were open. I was pretty shocked when I saw this place was carrying on like normal. Still, it was lunchtime, but Oz and I were the only customers here.
You're looking a little worse for wear.
I guess the world and I have that in common right now.
I feel like these two are exactly the company each other needs right now.
Wait, I just remembered that I never thanked you. I couldn't have pulled off the meteor hack without you. Thanks.
It's not like I did it all by myself. You guys ran most of that relay race. I just carried the baton to the finish line. And I had to get scolded by a guy half my age before I knew what was what.
Oh, God.
That did help me get back on my feet, though.
People are worshipping Asuma Soga as a... I mean, it makes sense, but... that sucks. The number of idiots worshipping Asuma Soga as a god is increasing rapidly. Of course.
Anyway, enough about me.
Yeah, I wasn't here to thank him.
Yeah, talked to Juno yet?
Well, yeah. It took a lot to calm her down. She almost killed me a bunch of times.
I'm surprised we got words out of her. I'd say that's closer, considering he's, you know, trying to end the world. After losing Kent, then again, he's neither. He's just a absurdly powerful, sad little boy. After losing Kent, Juno was in such a bad way that it had taken us all of us to pacify her.
In the end, there was nothing they could do to bring back Kent Korihisa.
Miss Lid had contacted Kurisu Makise about looking into Amadeus Kent.
Turns out that all his data, and even the systems related to him, were wiped off the face of the Earth. The job was real thorough, apparently.
It was nearly impossible to delete every trace of something from the internet. But Asuma had done it, and he'd done it in an instant.
And there might be some local data somewhere that nobody had noticed, but finding it would take time.
This is Asuma's handiwork we're talking about here.
It's like the one thing we don't have.
There's no way anything's left. Up till now, I figured Kent would just take care of things for us. That was why Momo and I had been looking for him. So him getting scrubbed has really screwed stuff up.
And since I couldn't load either, I couldn't even go back to that moment and try again.
Garlic chives and liver stir fry.
Oh wait, is that different? Hold on, is there a different number of dumbasses demanding that Asuma Soga be killed is increasing rapidly? I mean, you could just summarize that by summarize all of this by saying number of idiots increasing. The guy put the dish in front of me.
Thank you.
None of the local supermarkets, convenience stores, or internet delivery services were working properly. Just getting food was a mission in and of itself right now. Hot meals like this were something to savor, but I wasn't actually that hungry. I'd kinda ordered it out of habit. Still, I wasn't gonna waste it. I scooped up some white rice with the liver.
So, what did you learn from Juno?
Now I'm hungry.
Did you find out what Kent was planning?
No. Kent didn't tell her much either.
Even though they were brother and sister?
Well, that's probably why she's so messed up in the first place. But the CCO's onto a good lead.
They'd spent the last few days carefully sifting through all sorts of internet logs.
Good old Karu. How'd they find it?
Through Pietro Bertone, the man who died at the Sagrada Familia 12 years ago.
Ah, the cardinal who burned up. He was anti-fate, wasn't he?
He raised Rosario, too.
Apparently, Kent trusted Bertone a lot. They used to communicate in secret. With Rosario's help, we followed a trail to a paper notepad, and Kent's name was in there.
That's the one kind of data he couldn't delete. Well, I guess, actually, no, he probably could very easily delete that. I guess he just didn't. Rosario hadn't fully recovered yet, but she still flew to Spain to find it.
There was a hint in the notepad about how the world could still be saved.
I forgot there's literally nothing he can't do, because he's just...
Gotta love analog. So, whatever it is that Kent left, can someone make it work?
Probably not.
Incompetent. The entire mass media ditched their work and ran off. Can't get any info. Well, yeah.
Kent was plotting to hack the Earth simulator.
You mean Gaia?
What's the purpose? I fat-fingered.
Not the Gaia in our world layer, but the one above us.
That's interesting, yeah.
Whoa. So...
I'm gonna be honest, the fact that he was like, he managed to like almost attack, like the fact that he managed to like get a like deletion attack off on Asuma, even if it didn't succeed, tells me he probably got close to succeeding in that, or did succeed in hacking the above layer Gaia. It's like, how else would he have like almost deleted Asuma in the way he did?
He wanted to hack this world. World line collapse. That's what Kent came up with in order to save all the world layers. And to pull that off, apparently he was planning to put this world under stress. Or high load.
Huh.
High load? We're talking quantum computer here.
But there's no other way to force a world line divergence in every single world layer at the same time. The problem is, only Kent Korihisa, the top echelon of wizard tier hackers, had a shot at it, if that. No run-of-the-mill hackers can pull that shit off, even if there's thousands of them and they spend their entire life trying to do it.
Well, at least it was clear we'd never get this done before the end of the world. We'd shared it on 4chan's hack board, obviously, and people were talking it over, but still.
Things don't look so good.
The fried garlic chives and liver were bland. It wasn't like the chef had forgotten how to cook. I just wasn't in any state to enjoy food. Yeah. Yeah. And I knew why. We probably didn't have the means to pull off what Ken had planned. And finding another way to save the world seemed unlikely, but more importantly...
Hey... Oz...
Yeah?
I'm genuinely curious where the hell this is going. Like, you know, like, what do we do now?
Yeah?
Use your words, Polon. I couldn't save or load anymore. The thought had made me so anxious I couldn't sleep, and I'd been vomiting up pretty much everything I ate, too. Honestly, though, I had been relying on it too much. After learning more about what Dad did, my emotions were in a better place, and I felt kind of proud to be a hacker now. But the end was approaching fast, and I didn't feel like I could help Momo without my abilities. The anxiety was crushing me. But despite all that, I just didn't even have the energy to try loading the save data you made, Anon? Anon? Yeah.
No. Forget it.
I just couldn't find the words. I was heading home. There wasn't a single person at Nakano Station. I don't like this music. This music makes it sound like something horrible is about to happen. I do not like this. I do not like this, Sam, I am. Everyone had vanished from the city. The fragments of X-2038 had caused a tsunami in the Pacific, but it was so small that there were almost no casualties. Nice. So that wasn't the reason the city was so deserted. Right now, people were either locking themselves up at home and waiting for the end, or gathering in groups to seek comfort in others. Things were about the same all over the world. 2 days ago, this place was full of people running about or watching the asteroid coming down. But now, there were no such people here. Public transportation was non-operational, and the roads were almost devoid of cars. I couldn't even see any self-driving buses. Some businesses had brought their shutters down, while others had kept theirs up and been looted. Some had even been abandoned by employees and left with empty shelves. Some still had AR characters out front, though, cheerfully inviting more customers inside. That's gotta be, like, creepily dystopian. There was nobody at Symphony tonight. None of us had gotten enough sleep over the past few days, so I told everyone to get some rest. Momo had volunteered to look after Juno. It seemed like she had something to discuss with her, though. I had told her to take a break, though. This really does feel like the end of the world. Just like nothing, internet's... just, yeah. The economy had frozen, and society was at a standstill as people held their breaths. The world was dying a slow death already. At least, that's how the silence made me feel. A week flew by. Oh, shit. That's okay. A week flew by. The deadline was getting dangerously close. We had 3 days left before the end of the world, and no idea how to prevent it. A wasted week didn't do my anxiety any favors, given the circumstances. There were even fewer people out in the city than before. Infrastructure had collapsed, and people who had prepped couldn't even get any food. All they could do was starve as the end approached. The snow that had fallen this morning made the city feel even more silent. That was when Momo called me out of the blue. She'd spent the past week hanging out with Juno. I assumed she wanted to learn whatever else she could about Kent from her. It felt like it had been a while since I'd heard from her. She'd said she wanted to meet up and talk, and suggested going to the park where we'd first seen each other. That's cute. Please, I hope she's wearing the hoodie. Please be wearing the hoodie. That'd be a nice little, like, little callback. I just really missed that hoodie, okay? I was already here, but I couldn't see her anywhere. I parked myself on a bench when...
Hold on.
Oh.
Sorry it took so long.
I mean, it's Momo. I almost said Mumu. It's Momo, but no hoodie.
Here, it's for you.
Momo joined me. She ran up and handed me something. I took it without thinking, then realized it was some warm milk tea.
It's my treat.
Oh, thanks.
I was surprised she managed to find something like this. Maybe she was a little late because she'd been searching. The world's economy had practically shut down. Pretty much every vending machine had been emptied already. Milk tea was so warm that I...
Polan? What's wrong?
Huh? Oh, nothing.
My anxiety must have shown on my face. I missed it already. The sudden kindness almost broke me. I felt like I was about to cry out. Is it true that Asuma is responsible for the end too? No. No, not just any kindness. It was Momo's kindness. Maybe that's why.
I don't think I can help you anymore.
Sitting on the bench, I looked away from her.
I was relying on my saves. And now that they're gone, I just don't know what to do. I'm a third-rate hacker, too. Man. I sure am pathetic, huh?
At that moment, I felt something warm press against my back.
But that doesn't change how much courage you've given me, over and over again.
Momo. It's the other way around.
Here, enjoy. Screeny away, if you want. I'm gonna take one too. Oops, that's a video. Behold! I love it. It's freaking adorable.
Without your positivity, I would have never made it this far. I always said I'd help you, but you ended up helping me way more.
I'm glad you think that. That means I'm a valuable member of Nakano Symphonies. Hey, Polan. I need you to give me just a little more courage. Let me rely on you. Please.
Huh?
To save the world, I need the resolve to do one thing. It's something very difficult and painful.
Is she gonna, if she ends up sacrificing herself, I'm not gonna be happy. Don't do any self-sacrificing, Momo. Don't do it.
But I don't want to waste this one last chance. I couldn't bear to lose this world. This place that has you and everyone else important to me in it.
That being said, I am curious what her what her plan is.
And I think I finally know what I can do to save it. So, hold on. Will you come with me?
Momo. But
I'd be useless to her now. She just said you wouldn't be. Listen to her, you goob.
I don't need someone who can save or load. I need you, Polon. As long as you're with me,
Through her warmth against my back, I felt her trembling. And it wasn't because of the cold. I could tell. I didn't know what she was planning, but I still had to decide whether or not I should encourage her. Even if I was useless, even if I went out this way, this was about whether I could keep my promise to her. Whether I was prepared to die for that promise. It must have taken a lot for Momo to ask this of me. She was asking me to die for her, for the world itself. Well, my answer to that was obvious.
I'll help you like I always have.
Oh, these crazy kids. Yeah, that's a good question. We'd probably have to face Asuma, and when we did, I'd be powerless. I'd lose the fight in a second. I probably wouldn't be able to protect Momo either. Fear and anxiety welled up in my heart, but still.
I'll help you until my last breath. That's what my team and I are all about.
I was trying to look cool, show I had courage, and tell the truth all at once, and it didn't matter that I couldn't prove I meant every word. She knows. And Momo's response?
Thank you. I'm glad I got to hear you say those words. I'm going to give it all I have. I don't want to stay useless to the very end.
You were never useless, Momo. Don't you dare say that. Stop it. Momo told me what she had in mind, and it was way heavier and more shocking than I could have ever expected. And getting me to go along with it before she told me was what she was planning. Before she told me what she was planning, Momo, that wasn't too kind. Oh no. Dude, oh my god. That was my first thought, is like, why are all the sweetest characters always talking about how useless they are? No, you're wrong, and stop saying it. Night fell, and Momo presented her idea to everyone. What the fuck is this idea?
I have a proposal for saving the world from its imminent end.
She opened with those words. Juno was among the people she'd called.
World line collapse is crucial in averting the end. This raises the question of how we can make it happen. Our world is digital, a Gaia simulation. I'm afraid that seems to be the case at this point. But Kent wanted to use that truth to our advantage. He believed we could control the world if we exploited a weakness in its system. A high load on the world would most likely cause the Gaia QCDC, the computer maintaining Gaia, to reboot. So, in essence, we would be forcing Gaia's simulation to reset. That's the outline of the world line collapse.
What would happen after the reset?
Kent's conclusion was that the world simulation would synchronize with the most recent state of the topmost layer, then restart. To be honest, the year 2038 problem isn't an unsolvable issue. Then why is it a certain insurmountable threat to the world? There's an infinite number of world layers, but ultimately they all exist within a single computer, the topmost layer's Gaia QCDC. Meaning, if even a single world layer malfunctions, that will adversely affect the original Gaia QCDC. I believe the vast majority of the world layers have already addressed the year 2038 problem. The same can be said for our world layer. But that doesn't mean every single layer has dealt with it perfectly. It's down to pure probability. The more layers there are, the greater the chance that one has made a mistake. And just one mistake is enough to affect all the other world layers. So to avoid that, all existing world layers need to receive a mandatory data fix for the year 2038 problem.
I see. Which leads to causing the world line collapse here.
Yes. Assuming that the topmost world layer has eliminated the year 2038 problem, we will bring about the world line collapse, reset all world layers, and synchronize them with the topmost layer.
Okay. According to Bertone's memos, Kent assumed that synchronizing with the top would actually turn back time a little. The Earth simulator simulated the future, after all. And considering we were in one of those simulated futures, from our perspective, the topmost layer was actually in the past.
A 100% sync rate between all world layers.
Weird.
This is synonymous with the year 2038 problem having been eliminated in each and every layer.
Okay. And after that happened, each world would progress into their own futures again, with the sync rate, and the sync rate with the topmost layer would gradually drop. The 100% sync rate only needed to last a single moment. A moment would be enough to reset every layer once, and that was what we needed.
Pretty drastic solution you got there.
Guy QCDC exists in all world layer too, doesn't it? What would happen if we force reset it? Based on what you said, forcing Guy QCDC in any world layer to reset from overload would have the same effect, no?
That was my first question, was like, why wouldn't you have to specifically reset the top one? Like, why would force resetting the computer that's holding this world reset all of them? But yeah, so that's my question, is like, why? We'll get to it. Yeah, exactly.
Apparently, Kent already tried that. He hacked into every QC/DC in our world, Guy institutions included, and overloaded them.
And? Wait, never mind. If that had worked, we wouldn't even be discussing this right now.
As you've guessed, nothing happened. That was when Kent concluded that, rather than hacking into our own world as gods, we must hack into God's world.
He did say that, didn't he? But what does it mean?
He did phrase it that needlessly dramatically, didn't he?
It's a scenario where a resident of a world layer hacks the upper layer system running the Earth simulator that they're in. According to him, only a contradiction that intense would put enough load on the QC/DC to force a restart.
Interesting.
So we have to influence the world layer above us.
So we just have to confuse the shit out of the computer that you're living in. That's bonkers. You just have to like, that's crazy.
Hack into God.
I love it.
Not even that is guaranteed to work, though.
Hold on. This whole talk is focused on resetting the world. But if that happens, won't we all lose our memories?
It wasn't just us. The memories of everyone in the world would be overwritten by the memories of their topmost world layer selves.
Then what's the point in risking everything to save the world?
If we consider ourselves as sentient beings distinct from our originals, then the closing of the world layers would result in the deaths of an infinite number of lives. I imagine that's what Kent Korihisa was trying to prevent.
In the end, logic isn't everything. Whether to accept that you're nothing but data, or say, screw that and believe in yourself that you're human. Kent Korihisa chose the latter. It's a matter of pride.
I see. I can relate to that line of thinking.
Naturally, we would resist too. We weren't data. We were alive.
So, little lady, you got any plans to do this world line collapse?
Yes, I do.
Momo nodded confidently.
Kent tried to cause the world line collapse by hacking the world itself. But that was something only Kent, the best of the wizard tier hackers, was capable of.
She was right. None of us had the skill to do that. Hell, no one else in the world did.
So I came up with an alternate plan. Something I can do.
I'm trying to think, like, what is unique about Momo? This is the only world layer where she exists. So clearly that, like, there's something, it has something to do with that.
I was originally an artificial brain, but one day I suddenly incarnated into this body. During my time with the Vatican, as an artificial brain and after incarnation, I was connected to their QCDC, Necro Pilgrimage.
Yeah, we don't know how far diverged this world layer is from the top one. Like it could be miles different.
The purpose was to bestow miraculous powers, sacraments, to the agents of the Holy Office 513. I have this so-called factor, which is a quality shared among those who experienced miracles, like my contact with Our Lady. And if someone connected with me online through Necro Pilgrimage, they would be able to use a sacrament. My plan is to exploit that.
Okay.
Exploit?
What do you mean?
I'll head to the Vatican and enter the reservoir. It should still be there. Once ready, I'll call out to the people of the world and ask them to connect with me online.
She's gonna give them... She's basically gonna give everyone in the world that connects to her superpowers. And I mean, I guess that could... And try to crash the universe? Or I guess crash the world? That's fucking crazy. Yeah.
Right now, only the members of the Holy Office 513 are granted access to Necro Pilgrimage. But I will connect to it from the reservoir and open its channels to the entire world.
Yeah.
So that we can have as many people use sacraments as possible. Apparently, after my incarnation, my factor became incredibly powerful, far stronger than it had been when I was an artificial brain. If several 100 million people used powerful sacraments at once, that could potentially put a high load on the world.
Sacraments were miraculous powers that normal people could normally never use, and she was thinking of granting them to millions. An overwhelming number of such unthinkable events unfolding at once would overload the world, Gaia, and force it to reset.
The world population is about 9 billion. Catholics alone amount to 1.3 billion. The key is how many people will be able to persuade into using sacraments.
It's really sick.
You got any proof this'll work, little lady? You think it's enough to cause the world to reset?
I don't have any proof.
But Kent didn't either. His plan wasn't guaranteed to work. He knew it'd be a gamble. That's what he said when he talked about the world line collapse.
This was the only plan I could come up with that maximized my ability. It might not be enough to overload the world. It's possible nothing will happen. To begin with, I have to go deep inside enemy headquarters to connect myself to Necro Pilgrimage. The agents of the Holy Office will be there to eliminate me. We only have one chance. And failure will mean the end of everything. Even if we succeed, the outcome may be different from what we want. But still, rather than give up and wait for the world to end, I want to do everything I can for the sake of the world and its people.
Yep, that sounded about right. This was our only choice. We were out of other options. The stakes were high and our odds were low. It was a gamble for sure. But Momo was all in.
I'm not sure how I'll be able to contribute, but let me help you.
Yay!
I can only do what I usually do, but if that's okay with you guys.
I'm a member of Nakano Symphonies, and we back each other up. right, Polon?
Hell yeah.
Polon?
Hey, Polon. Why haven't you said anything? You understand what this plan really means?
Tengen, what's this about?
Like the little lady said, it's got the potential to take out the year 2038 problem across all world layers. That means the entire world can be saved, along with virtually all the people in the world layers. All except for one individual.
There is? Who? Who won't?
Yeah, 'cause she doesn't exist on the top layer.
You know who it is, right? Hold on.
Oz looked at Momo.
It's you, little lady. You're the only one who won't make it. Your entire existence is gonna be wiped out.
I think she'll be fine. I think she'll find a way.
What? For real?
Yes. Since there's no such person as Momo Aizaki in the topmost world layer, I'll be gone.
Ours was the only world with Momo in it. She was someone who should never have existed to begin with. The Gaia in the layer above ours had created her as a potential means to avert the end. When all the world layers had a 100% sync rate, Momo, who didn't exist in the topmost layer, would be gone forever.
So you were aware.
You knew about it, Polon?
Yeah.
This was what Momo had to make her mind up about.
Polon, are you okay with this?
Fuck no, I wasn't. But
I made a promise. So I'll help Momo no matter what. I'm gonna back her up with everything I've got, so she can achieve what she wants. She's one of us, and I'll be there for her. I'll honor her decision.
my fist clenched as I spoke. I was half serious, half putting up a front. No, I wasn't. I was bluffing. I'd spent the few hours since she told me about her plan asking myself whether I should stop her. But the thing was, it didn't matter if the end came or if Momo's plan was a success. She wouldn't make it either way. She knew that, but she wasn't wavering in the slightest. She's been that way ever since the moment we met. Only ever thinking about what she could do to save the world. She'd always done whatever she could to achieve that goal. And I'd promised to help her in any way I could. She was in need, and I couldn't stand idly by. Momo wasn't wavering, so I couldn't either.
I'm in this with Momo.
Thank you.
That was my answer. No, it was our answer. The answer Momo and I had chosen together. I'm telling you, that save it's gonna be the key. It's gonna be the key to everything. Somehow. A door opened and Felino Arcana stepped inside the Sistine Chapel. Outside, St. Peter's Square was full of believers. Their reactions to the crisis varied wildly. Some wept in sadness, others prayed silently, and select people were cursing the Pope. But all of the buildings in the Vatican were firmly secured, so nobody could get inside them. The Sistine Chapel, which was often full of tourists, was no exception. Inside, the empty chapel was enveloped in a solemn aura, and the silence was almost deafening. But it wasn't completely empty. A certain someone was sitting below the fresco of the Last Judgment.
Welcome, Asuma Soga.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Aesthetically, I think this is hands down the best science adventures ever looked. Like, the aesthetics, the graphics, the CG, it's incredible. It was Asuma, all alone. He seemed like a frail little boy. It was hard to imagine that this was the child who destroyed a Japanese city, created an asteroid, and plunged the world into such chaos.
How are you finding this chapel? Would you not agree that it depicts beautifully the wonder of the blessed end to come? All that has transpired is the will of the Lord, the promised end, and the birth of a new world. I thank him immensely for his grace in letting me witness this moment. Asuma Soka, that you have come to us shows that we are of one mind. Thus, I welcome you, so that we might welcome the brilliant end together. We are faced with a certain danger, however. There are transgressors out there who dare to defy the will of our Lord.
Why is he here? Is he literally just like, okay, yeah, I'm with you guys, or there's no way that's why he's here.
You must loathe them, no? You've been an extremist from the moment you first set eyes upon their heretical forms. Do loathe them. Embrace your anger. And then join hands with us, that we might cast the transgressors into the flames of hell. We welcome you with open arms.
Shut up. Don't talk to me. Or do. I'll just delete you from the world. Maybe I'll wipe out your tiny little Vatican with you. So don't bother talking to me. I don't want to hear anyone anymore. I don't want to hear anyone's voice. Stop talking.
Why are you here then? If you are not here to cling to our Lord, or to use us to further your cause, then why have you come?
Because they're coming here. The two thorns in my side. They're the only ones who don't do as I want them to. The only ones! They even outplayed me when I tried to bring an asteroid down. They outplayed me! Me!
Outplayed, outskilled.
They've always been like that. They never do what I expect or want. They're always one step ahead. They always carry themselves like they can handle anything. What the hell? What is this? Shit. I think they're so cool. I know exactly what they're planning now.
It's moments like that that really make him look like an actual, just straight up little kid. Like, it's moments like that where you forget he has literal God mode enabled.
I won't let them do it. I won't let them save the world. They think there's hope. They don't even have any doubts. So I'll break their spirits completely and then finish them off. That's why I'm here. Can't wait to see the looks on their faces. It's what they deserve for screwing with me.
Then we are indeed of one mind. Join us and...
Shut up. Are you really gonna make me repeat myself? Didn't you hear me the first time?
I listened to him, Felina. Felino shuddered at the sheer malice in the boy's glare.
I don't want to see you again. Beat it.
He was looking up at her, but she felt as if she was being looked down upon by an entity far greater than herself. This boy could erase her existence at any moment, and without any effort on his part. Felino cowered at the thought. It was the first time she'd felt as if another had absolute control over her continued existence, and she found it deeply humiliating. Felino turned away from Asuma and walked quickly out of the chapel. Well... Oh my god, we're already here! Fuck! 3 days later! We get 3 hours until the end of the fucking world. Okay. The end was near. We had just over 3 hours left. I was in Rome for the first time in my life, and the whole place was silent. The entire world was deep in despair. There was no hope of salvation. God had abandoned us. I looked up at the sky above the Vatican. Dark clouds speckled over a darker sky. Ugh, damn it.
It's like someone's warning me. I have a bad feeling about this.
I will answer a question if I have the answer. It's a big if, though. I don't know. I can't answer that for you. That being said, I have to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes to make your decision. I don't know. Be right back. All right. 3 to 4 hours are left in the game. Oh, that's a lot. Well, now I need to decide. If that's true, that's like about another like reasonably lengthed stream. But like yeah. I think I'm gonna call it. Pick it up on the next one. Because I don't want to be in the same position. What was it? Chaos Head, where like I called it. I was like, all right, time to finish it up next time, and it was like 30 minutes. There was 30 minutes left of the game, and I felt really awkward. yeah, it seems like a pretty good ending point. We have arrived in the Vatican. Let me make a save. Fortunately, Asuma did not delete my saves, so we're good. Yeah, it was just like, all right, there's 3 days left until the end. All right, there's 3 hours left until the end of the world. And of course, let's go ahead and leave on the glorious majesty of Lab Mems 1 and 3. So, all right. possibly the last stream on today's Wednesday, so next one will be on Friday, and then I think tomorrow's the last linear bound of Pentagram stream. So shit, I'm gonna need new games to play. Fuck. Yeah, I guess I'll be replaying Steins Gate. I'm still a little worried about my computer, but it seems like it could handle it. Possibly. I genuinely have no idea. All the other ones did, so I assume so. So yeah, I mean, yeah, if it has, that's true. If it has, so maybe it won't be the last one, but last one for the ending, I don't know. Point is, next one's on Friday, and then gotcha. Thank you. Yeah, so next one will be on Friday. Tomorrow will be should be the last linear bound pentagram stream, I think. And then I'm thinking of revisiting, because like now that I've opened the door to like revisiting games I have technically played before, I'm thinking of replaying what was it called? It's the goofy Steins Gate, the one with the goofy funny romantic comedy one. I forgot what it's called, but it was really fun, and I haven't played in a long time, and I'm thinking of revisiting it on stream because it would be very funny. But that will wait until I have finished a game. So yeah. It was Darling something. Oh god. I think Robotics Notes is probably still gonna be a while before it. That's my Darling's Embrace. It's such a goofy ass game. All right, anyways, yeah, I'm leaving now. This is the part where I ramble because I don't know how to end streams. I just don't know how to end them. I just don't. Good night, farewell. Thanks to the people who watched. I appreciate that. There's people, multiple. It's crazy. We had a bunch of people join along the way. It was crazy. All right, have a good night. Bye.